The all-important coin toss at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. It's the fourth T20 International between the USA and Canada. We've got Sad Bin Zafar, captain of Canada. Monarch Patel is here from the USA, and former West Indies fast bowler and legend Rayon King is here as well. Monarch has got the coin. Heads is the call. And it's a heads, so Sad, you've won the toss. Yeah. Tell us what you'll be doing and why.
We're going to be bowling first. It's a good wicket, but I think we just have to restrict them to a chaseable target and then go about the chasing.
What did you take the most from that batting performance? You guys got 199 in that last game chasing.
Yeah, I think it's realizing the track. The track was a good, I think 190, 200 was a par score. If we just gave 20, 30 runs extra in the fielding with the drop catches and stuff. So if we can just control that part and keep it to the score closer to the par score, I think we'd be good to chase.
Any changes?
3 changes. Nick Hill coming in, Shreyas coming in, and Dilpreet coming in.
Go well.
Thank you.
That was Sad Bin Zafar. Let's get Monarch Patel. Monarch, having to bat first, describe that challenge. You know this ground well in early morning conditions.
I mean, we don't mind batting first. Looks like a dry wicket, so it might help spinners in the second inning. So we just need to make sure that we apply ourselves and have a good total on the board.
It's been a very strong start to the series for you, but as captain, what would you like to see improve? Any area going forward to end the series?
I think, as I said, we want to make sure that we are consistent in all the departments. We've been doing well with the ball and with the bat, so we'll just like to continue our performance.
Any changes?
We have one change. Andres is sitting out, and Corey Anderson comes in.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, so the news is from the middle that the USA will be batting first after Canada have won the toss, and they will have the new ball. .429 runs it was 2 days ago here on pitch number 2 at the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston, Texas. Guys, this is a batting paradise. It's been one of the best decks we've had here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Why? Because it's something in it for both the batters and bowlers. Ball came onto the bat very nicely, but if you have a closer look, there is that tinge of live green grass, so it does offer some sideways movement for those seamers. And today it's on the drier side. We had some rain a couple of days ago, but because of this intense sunlight that beats on this and bakes the surface, I wonder if the spin can come into play because it's a used wicket. So 400 plus runs we've had over the last couple of days. Maybe today could be less runs, more excitement.
So we want to welcome you to Prairie View, Texas with the news. US has been sent in. Stephen Taylor and Monarch Patel out in the middle. Rashiv Joshi has been given the ball. With the news that the Americans have taken a 2-0 lead in the series so far. So a lot is expected here. Is the first ball. Joshi runs into ball to Taylor. And Taylor through the offside. That's a lovely shot to start. And Stephen Taylor and the Americans have picked up where they left off. Welcome, Brian Walters.
Picked up where they left off indeed, Lenny. Wide outside the off stump. You don't want to give Stephen Taylor any room, so he cashes in with a boundary. But more to the point, Canada won the toss and decided again to bowl. When they won the toss and decided to bowl 2 days ago, they were slaughtered all over the park, 230 runs. And it looks as though Stephen Taylor and Monarch Patel have the same thing in their minds today.
So the last time we saw Stephen Taylor, he's gotten a 50 against the Canadians, and at the top of the order, Monarch and him has really been brilliant for the US. And what a start, punching one through the offside. Rashiv Joshi straight away under pressure, Brian.
Brilliant start. You mentioned the start that Stephen Taylor and Monarch Patel have provided. The first innings, or the first match of the series, Stephen Taylor scored 22 from 23. And in the next match is where he put together a really nice 50. We can go through those details in a minute, but very dangerous start.
So good ball down the leg side this time, and look at that. He's been steered away for 4 on the leg side. Wrong line here again from Rashiv Joshi, and Taylor picks up another boundary.
Yeah, just getting a little too straight. You saw on, as you see on the replay, this will be toward his pads. Left arm over with that angle going down the leg side. You really cannot bowl that line to Stephen Taylor. As a left-hander, you want to be bowling that ball outside the line of off stump. But Stephen Taylor, who in the last match I mentioned earlier, he had a good start. 54 from 25 with 7 fours and 3 sixes. And already 3 deliveries into this innings, he has 8 runs on the board.
And Brian, we spoke about the inexperienced lineup here.
Keep
This
believing in
bowling
your
attack
lad. Keep
from
believing in your
Canada.
lad. One wicket
They've
is your
really
lad.
been put under pressure in the last couple of games. Third T20 International was rained out, of course. But here we are for the 4th one, and the US off to a very good start. We've seen a couple of boundaries already off the bat of Stephen Taylor. And you get the feeling with 8 in the first over. The Americans off to a solid start.
Bang on target that time. So one of the things that I think stood out for me with the Canadians, yes, they're inexperienced, but it didn't necessarily appear that they were bowling to a specific plan. And so one of the things I'm going to be looking for, particularly from the fast bowlers, is to look to see how they mix their lengths. Their lengths are going to be really important. If you have the pace of a Rashiv Joshi or maybe later on a Dylan Hilliger, I want to see them use the short ball to more effect.
Taylor through the onside, a more commanding shot. And that's 3-4s in this over for Stephen Taylor.
Oh, okay, so when I said the short ball, Lenny, I meant the short ball that gets up around the face. This short ball gets up waist height. That is not going to trouble anyone at all, particularly not Stephen Taylor. Look where this ball ends up. That is right in the slot, meat and drinks for him, and that goes away for 4. So that is the end of over number 1. 12 without loss.
Right arm round to you. Stump. Bowling right arm over.
So Taylor is on 12. Monank comes into strike. Then Uday Bhagwan Singh has been given the ball. He will come from the southern end of the ground, Brian. But the fact is, having been sent in here, the US has made full opportunities from just 6 balls. They're 12 for no loss.
Certainly started off quickly. A similar start on Tuesday with that previous match. And again, that match ended up with them with 230 runs on the board. At their highest score in their T20 history, the USA. Let's see how Uday Bhagwan Singh can pull things back here for Canada.
Wide ball.
So he starts with a wide ball going down the leg side. More runs here for the Americans. They're up to 13 for no loss.
Wide signal there by umpire Vijay Mallela, standing at the highway end, which, as you mentioned, is the southern end of the ground. Umpire currently at square leg is the experienced Jermaine Lindo. So there has been a lot of wind around in this last several days here in the Prairie View area, Lenny, but not much wind today. Really placid conditions, really just brilliant. You can probably see on the screen just a beautiful day for cricket.
Wide ball.
So again, ball sliding down the leg side. Couple of extra balls for the United States.
Yeah,
So essentially, Brian, they'll be batting more than 20 overs in this game because of a couple of wides here from Uday Bhagwan Singh. And Brian, coming into this 4th T20 International, how much pressure it is on the bowlers in this series know that they're down 2 matches already. Punch through the offside, and Monank is on the way with a couple of runs. He's been quite fluent in this series, and he picks up 2.
I would think there's a fair amount of pressure on the bowlers. But as a bowler, you'd be buoyed by the fact that your captain has shown confidence in you by allowing you to bowl first, especially after the carnage on Tuesday. You're still being given the ball and saying, hey, look, I know you can do better than what you did this past match. And I want to see, again, the length that these bowlers are bowling, particularly the fast bowlers, is going to be important.
Lofted into a short mid-on position, and Monank is gone. So Uday Bhagwan Singh strikes in the second over. Monank goes, it's 16 for 1.
Pretty simple catch there, and Monank Patel, I think, being caught in between, didn't keep it on the ground, but didn't try to elevate it over the top, really just punching a pretty simple catch to mid-on. Here we look on the replay, not much flourish in the shot. So look what he does here, just almost like a check drive, but goes straight to that man at mid-on. Pretty simple catch taken there by Dilpreet Bajwa. And I'll tell you that it will be very encouraging for the Canadians because the top order has been slaughtering them all 3 matches, particularly in the last match. And Monank Patel this time with consecutive 50s, but not going to be able to do that today. Disappearing 16 runs on the board. It will be interesting to see how the middle order responds, Lenny, because they've not batted with much pressure because they've gotten such good starts from the top 2. But now Aaron Jones coming in at number 3. It will be interesting to see how he handles things from here on.
So Monarch is gone, and Brian, the Canadians, for the first time in the series, has enjoyed an early breakthrough. And it comes off the bowling of Bhagwan Singh. Dilpreet Bajwa takes a relative regulation catch. And we talked about how different the Canadians have fielded versus the Americans in the 2 matches that we have seen.
Legs.
As Aaron Jones comes to the middle, number 3 slot. No Andres House today.
Aaron Jones in a bit of a more difficult or tricky position because, as you mentioned, he's been batting 4 all along because Andres House has been coming in 1 down. And so he's been coming in over number 10, 12, 13, different here.
It's a ball outside the off stump. Early success here for Bhagwan Singh. We've seen the first over off the bat of Stephen Taylor went for 3/4 of the bowling of Joshi. Really seen a very good comeback here by the Canadians. And Brian, you had a chance to look at both sides. What are the changes for the U.S. team?
Interesting for me, Corey Anderson is in the side. We mentioned that Andreas House is not playing. Corey Anderson is. I want to see how he does against this opposition.
So Jones goes upward. Well away from Dilpreet Bajwa. Could come back for a couple of runs. Ball hanging in the air for some time. Not timed well, but Jones is off and running.
Tell you what, he gets a couple runs here. He very easily could have lost his wicket. The ball wasn't quite there for the drive. And he went through with the drive. To his credit, he got enough bat on it. But as you said, didn't really time it well. And he might consider himself slightly lucky that Dilpreet Bajwa was not able to track that one down.
So better ball here from Bhagwan Singh, and he's really done well in this over. He's taken out Monank Patel with a couple of 50s, successive 50s in this series. That's the U.S. dugout. Corey Anderson, you made mention. You were talking about he's all padded up. And the boys are brimming with confidence, having taken 2 of the matches already. Edged towards the slip area, and Jones will pick up 1. So the second over comes to a close. U.S. haven't been sent in. They're batting at 19 for 1.
Keep working, lads. Here. Keep working, lads. Sandeepa, number 1 there.
So 19 for 1, 2 gone. They're going at 9.5 runs and over. Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor out in the middle. Brian, we were talking about the U.S. makeup for this match.
Yeah, Andreas House sitting out. Gajanan Singh also sitting out. Nitish Kumar, the former Canadian international. And then Usman Rafiq. Those are the 4 sitting out. And Corey Anderson is in, really wanting to see how he does. Been carrying a bit of an injury, but I think he's ready to fire. And of course, probably the most experienced and the highest level player, highest profile player in the U.S. side.
So Jones picks up another single off an edge, and you look at Rishi Joshi. Given a second over Brian, having gone to 12 in the first. And let's talk about the Canadians.
Well, I'm really going to be interested to see with the gloves Shreyas Mova. Samantha Wijeratne sitting out. He's been the wicket keeper batter, so he's been keeping and opening the batting. Overshadowed in the last game by the absolute pyrotechnics of Aaron Johnson, so I want to see exactly how he does here. Matter of fact, I'll get back to him shortly. Now, when he played in the last match, he faced one delivery and he was trapped on the crease by Saurabh Netravalkar. So he's not going to want to write home about that, Samantha Wijeratne. And I'm wondering whether or not that was something that the Canadian sort of leadership team looked at and said, let's see if we can get something more aggressive at the top of the order.
So better start here from Rishiv Joshi, 1 on the dot. Taylor has been among the runs in this series. Not timed well, running up towards the onside, could find a boundary. Very quick outfield. And look at that, Stephen Taylor has picked up another boundary off the bowling of Rishiv Joshi.
So Stephen Taylor looking to go through mid-wicket. Thick under edge. I think it's fair to say he did not hit that cleanly, but certainly got enough of it. And I think the intent is what was important there. So even with that thick under edge, once it beat that man at wide mid-on, had the legs to get to the boundary. So he's started off quickly, 16 from 8. All 16 of his runs have come in boundaries, 4 fours. And so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he can continue with that.
Oh, lofted. Through the onside, and this could be the first maximum of the match. It comes on the batter, Stephen Taylor. And Taylor has gone up to 22 with all boundaries.
Oh my goodness. This is, it's obviously we're just early into the game, but this for me so far is the shot of the day. Look at this. Doesn't overhit it, just clean timing. Look at this. All timing, just a lofted on drive that lands some 75 yards away over long on. So a brilliant strike by Stephen Taylor. Again, 22 from 9 with 4 fours in the 6. All of his scoring shots are either 4s or 6s.
So Stephen Taylor, we saw in 2018 at Morrisville, would have gotten a 96 against the Canadians, being his highest T20 score against this team. Better ball here from Rishiv Joshi, but you get the feeling, Brian, with 12 in his first over and 11 in this one, enough damage has been done on the bowling from Rishiv Joshi.
So even with the loss of Captain Monank Patel, the U.S. is still going at the rate of 10.59 and over. And mentioned earlier, the middle order hasn't really been tested yet. Aaron Jones coming in, 4 from 5 are his numbers so far, but it's going to be interesting to see who we see who's padded up. That appears to be Milind Kumar, who's padded up coming in next. Corey Anderson after him.
Cut away into the offside. Fielder does well to get in the way. But Stephen Taylor picks up another run, so 3 gone. The U.S. off to a flyer. They're 31 for 1.
So here we see, by the way, that last shot, you said that he stopped it. I think the ball more found him than he found the ball, as we see the teams. Here's Monank Patel, we mentioned, is the captain. And it's going to be interesting to see, again, 3 left-arm spinners in the lineup. Nosh Kenjige, Harmeet Singh, and Nisarg Patel. So we saw that combination earlier in the match on Tuesday. Worked very well for the Americans, wanting to see if they do the exact same thing here. And then here's a Canadian team. Aaron Johnson, for me, is the big name at the top of that order. A name who I also want to highlight, Nicholas Curtin, who's been coming in late, coming in lower in the middle order. I think he needs to bat higher, because Aaron Johnson needs somebody to sort of help apply pressure from both ends. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they make that change. I like to see him bat at the top of the order, also adding the extra element of it being a left-hander. So I want to see if Canada does that when they come to bat.
So Harsh Thakkar, the tall-off spinner, has been given the ball. Comes in here with 31 on the board, as you can see on your screen. Taylor's gotten off to a quick start. We may mention Taylor has picked up 5 boundaries so far. Taylor straight away through the offside will pick up runs here as Dilpreet Bajwa comes around and Stephen Taylor looks in a very aggressive mood.
Well, he played with the turn. Very little risk in that shot. It's an off spinner, so he's turning the ball away from Stephen Taylor as a left-hander. But playing with the turn and going over the top of the infield. I don't mind bringing on the off spinner. In fact, as aggressive as Stephen Taylor has been, I think it's a great move. Now, you do have to land the ball in the right areas. So let's see if he can establish that right line and length, harsh stacker.
Brian, we saw in the first game, it was Nicholas Curtin, the off spinner, who got the wicket of Stephen Taylor. They'll probably come up with a plan just to play on the mind of Stephen Taylor as Aaron Jones comes in to strike. So the news coming out of PBCC, the Americans have been sent in. Saad bin Zafar and of course Manang Patel leading the charge for the respective team. Brilliant sunshine here in Texas. It's just about 70 degrees, very cool morning. Just after 10 o'clock here, so things are on the way here. We saw the 30-20 International abandoned without a ball being bowled, but it's cricket, lovely cricket here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. A ground that holds, that features several pitches, Brian. So ball cut away. That's a lovely shot from Aaron Jones, and he picks up a boundary. And that's 4 more runs for the Americans.
Short, wide, 4. Simple formula. You cannot bowl that length and that line. Look where this ball ends up. In fact, my apologies. I was too harsh on you, harsh stacker. He actually bowled it on the stumps, but it was Aaron Jones who backed away, who made it effectively into a wide ball. That's good use of the feet. Good innovation by Aaron Jones.
So Jones comes down the track and driven beautifully through the offside. Aaron Jones with successive boundaries and harsh Dakar under pressure.
This is brilliant. Struck with power all along the ground through extra cover. Look at this. Front foot right to the pitch and skipping down the track. You mentioned it. Using his feet to get right to the pitch, drilling it through extra cover for a boundary. So the risk that you run when you bring in a left or right-handed off spinner to offset a Stephen Taylor is that if the batter at the other end is a right-hander, then that presents a problem.
Wide ball.
So wide ball goes down the leg side, running up towards the fine leg area. Look at that. Compound matter worse here for Canada. That's 5 wides.
Whew. This one will hurt. This absolutely hurts. 3 runs being given away by Canada here, up to 47. The early loss of Manang Patel has not yet hurt the Americans. 16 runs already from over number 4, Lenny, with still 2 balls remaining. Going at the rate of almost 13 and over. So the Canadians, once again, having chosen to bowl first, are not really up to the mark in terms of the effectiveness of their bowlers.
So Shreyas Mova, the Canadian wicketkeeper today. Not a very polished introduction to what has happened here. 5 wides. Quickly, America has gone up to 47 for 1. Comes around the wicket now. Jones picks up another run. Jones has taken a couple of 4s in this over. They have been impressive shots through the offside, Brian.
Looking really good so far, Aaron Jones. Again, batting a little bit higher up. He's been batting at 4, in other words, 2 down for the first 2 matches of the series. With no Andrew House today, makes the step up to 3 and is looking good so far.
So the 4th over comes to a close. United States haven't been sent in. They're batting a 48 for.
Keep moving to your position. Good.
So 4 overs gone, 48 for 1. You can see on your screen there, Jones 13 off 8, Taylor 26 off 14. Saad bin Zafar, the captain. Left arm spin for the first time, Brian.
You saw Saad bin Zafar take a long time to bring himself on. Didn't come on in the second game until about the 13th over, 12th over, if I remember correctly. And this is going to be something that you're going to want to see. He is going to have to pull things back here for his side. Starts out well here, but I think we talked about it on Tuesday. The fact that Stephen Taylor batted as long as he did might have contributed to him not wanting to bring himself on. Of course, it's an easier job for the left-hander to hit the left-handed off spinner.
Couple of good balls here to Aaron Jones. So look at that, single for Aaron Jones, bit delayed, throw onto the stumps.
Boy, shy at the stumps. Obviously, when the ball hits the stumps, it's still a live ball, so they were able to steal a single there.
And Brian, I made mention Saad bin Zafar, very unique record in the world. Bowled a 4-over spell at the T20I international level. Yet to concede a run in that game against Panama. The U.S. on the verge of their first milestone in this game. They're on 49. Taylor has really batted fluently. Ball sliding down the leg side, and that's a 50 for the U.S. It comes off a wide from Saad bin Zafar.
Tried to bowl a quicker delivery. Of course, he's going to want to stay out of Stephen Taylor's wheelhouse. Interesting now that they've dropped back long on, bringing in mid-off, off of the, or long off into mid-off. So they're expecting Stephen Taylor to go big in that direction.
So not a bad over here from Saad bin Zafar. He has stemmed the flow of runs for the time being. The fact is he's bowling to Stephen Taylor, who's really been fluent this morning. Oh, look at that. In the air, gone a long way in the vicinity of long off. And that's another 6, the second of this match from Stephen Taylor.
I mentioned that long off came up off of the rope, came into mid-on, mid-off. But whether or not he was back on the rope would not have made a difference because Stephen Taylor absolutely blasts this ball. Saad bin Zafar going around the wicket, looking to slant that ball across Stephen Taylor, but didn't quite get it wide enough. He was dismissed off of a similar delivery in the second match rather. Similar delivery, left armer around the wicket, wide of the crease, and bowling it wide. And I think that's what they were trying to do here, but did not get it wide enough. And Stephen Taylor jumping all over it.
So 8 in the over so far. They're going at a healthy clip of 12 runs and over. Taylor's been in good form into the onside. This partnership has gone up to 41, Brian. The U.S. still enjoying a very solid power play. They've only lost Manang Patel. Other than that, they've gone at almost 12 runs and over.
My goodness, yes. So the loss of Manang Patel would have set them back just a touch, but it has not made a big difference ultimately because Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones putting on a really good partnership here.
Taking on the pad, big appeal. Not outside umpire Jermaine Linder, so 5 gone. It's 57 for 1.
Yeah, 1 over remaining in the power play. USA throughout the series, after the rains came a couple days ago, throughout the series, Brian Walters, they've dominated the power play with bat in hand. It's been interesting to see Saad bin Zafar, the way he shuffled his changes. First time in that last over, they've bowled left arm spin in the power play. Captain himself, we've been asking for a while why he hasn't bowled, but good to see him early. Stephen Taylor's off to a destructive start though. It's going to be Bhagwan Singh back into the attack.
Stephen Taylor, 33 from 17, striking it almost at 200, offsetting the loss of the captain, Manak Patel.
Yeah, whiff and pounced upon. Very strong square of the wicket in the offside. Stephen Taylor picks up another boundary.
Yeah, gave him just a bit too much width outside off stump. You're looking for an off stump line, but this one is entirely too wide, and Stephen Taylor absolutely pouncing all over that one. Didn't necessarily hit it as cleanly as he can, but it does race away. Still inside the power play. Last 5 deliveries in the power play, and so not a very defensive field, at least not yet by Canada. But now they've dropped back deep extra cover, looking to plug that gap. So it appears as though they'll maintain that off stump line and then strengthening the offside field.
He's really on the charge. It's so hard to bowl to Stephen Taylor because early in his innings they went straight at him but too short, and he dispatched it in the leg side easily, even with that deep fielder. Then when you get straight too wide, he's very strong on the cut and the punch. This is the Stephen Taylor we know, Brian. He's not been at his destructive best for a long time, but now in this series seems like he's regained some confidence.
Having a really good series so far with the bats. Again, with a little bit of a slow start in the first game, scored 22 runs, but a brilliant 50 in game number 2. We saw that on Tuesday, and starting out on fire here. So 37 from 20. So even with that good delivery bowled by Uday Bhagwan Singh, limiting him to just a couple of dots, but I will tell you that he appears as though he's well set, and it's a good pitch. No demons in the pitch, and you can expect him to continue pushing on from here.
It's an interesting field this because Bhagwan Singh is a swing bowler, someone who likes to bowl as full as possible. He started with a quite full length, but now he's gone to 2 deep fielders, both square, one backward square, one at deep cover after that punch. So predictably he's been quite short in this over. It's a risk because we only got that one fielder right of screen, so it's a big risk to bowl short at Taylor just because of the different options he has at his disposal. This time slightly fuller, hasn't really nailed it. Should come back for 2.
Yeah, I agree with you that that's a bit of a risk. Canada trying to mitigate that risk by strengthening the field on the offside inside the circle. So there's a gully, there's a backward point, and there's a sort of a squarish cover. So they're expecting him to play in that direction. But then if you bowl that type of line, the next ball that got tugged away for a couple, you sort of offset that entire plan by not consistently bowling the right line.
Really well bowled. And when he hits a good length, Bhagwan Singh, he's quite difficult to score against. Still expensive in the power play though, Canada. The USA will be very happy. 63 for 1 after 6.
End of power play. 5 outside. Keep working, lads.
Yeah, first 6 overs done and dusted. No Andreas House today for the USA, so Aaron Jones up the order at number 3. Have a chance to look at Corey Anderson playing for the USA for the first time. All-rounder from New Zealand. Dylan Hilliger. It's been interesting the way Sad Bin Zafar has used his bowlers, especially Hilliger. One thing that stood up to me in that power play, they went away from back-to-back overs, which can be quite dangerous in T20 cricket. Usually Joshi and Bhagwan Singh bowled the first 4 today. Even though Bhagwan Singh got that wicket early, Bin Zafar saved him and bowled him in the last over of the power play. So clearly, Brian, there are learnings taking place. And even though they've been expensive in that first 6, I think they'll still feel like they've improved in terms of the consistency of maybe length and trying to limit getting Manak Patel. First time in the series they've gotten a wicket in the power play.
I would agree with that. Now, it's going to be interesting for me to see the matchup between Dylan Hilliger and Aaron Jones. You remember the last time he got hit flush on the side of the head. Let's see the length that he bowls.
Straight away. Not only did he get hit in the helmet, Jones then came back later on in the inning, hit him for 3 sixes in the last over. Remember that last over went for 23 runs. Proved to be quite costly in the grand scheme of the game. So both have had their fair share of victory, small victory.
A good fast bowler will always remember any short delivery that he bowled that caused damage. And you know that's also in the back of Aaron Jones' mind. So at some point, Dylan Hilliger is going to go short to him.
And with the field as well, I think Jones anticipates he will be short because he's got backward square and mid-wicket as well as deep point. So those 3 fielders in the game for that shorter delivery. The use of it, though, is quite key because he can go to that. Often just getting some feedback on Hilliger, he seems like he's quite a skiddy bowler, which on these type of surfaces in the Caribbean and the United States can be quite dangerous, Brian, because those shorter deliveries tend to just skid on and stay with sort of that stump line as opposed to going over, where other bowlers, other taller bowlers tend to do. So can be quite dangerous. Had a really good start to one international year, 9 wickets in 4 games in the League 2. He's always been a wicket taker for them in the middle overs. And that's the wicket. Hilliger going across Stephen Taylor. Right out of the power play, Canada strike.
Full and outside off, Stephen Taylor being asked to go for the drive. So I mentioned the length that they'd be bowling. They've done a good job of changing their lengths and lines. I think on Tuesday they were very predictable, bowling entirely too full. But they've done a good job here of mixing full and straight. And with the angle, the right-hander bowling over the wicket, going across Stephen Taylor. Look how wide that ball is. Goes for the big swipe, thick edge. Jermaine Lindo agreeing with the appeal from the Canadians that Stephen Taylor did nick that one. So the second wicket goes down. A good partnership had been developing, but 48 runs is all that it cost the Canadians. That big wicket taken, Stephen Taylor disappears, and the USA is 64 for 2.
Yeah, brings Milind Kumar to the middle. Haven't really had a chance to see him with bat in hand, just because of how strong that top order has been. But with no Andreas House today, everyone has gone up a place. So quite an exciting prospect, someone who we expect to do well for this USA team, obviously from India. Comes with a big reputation. Milind Kumar from Delhi. He's got 9 first-class hundreds, so definitely a prospect to look out for. Part of the IPL, the Delhi Daredevils, RCB, was part of the Texas Super Kings last year in the MLC. So very good against spin, known for his middle overs, rotation of spin, very strong wrists, so keep an eye on that. Interesting now with Taylor's departure, how they then can segue into Aaron Jones and his role. Does he take on that aggressive role? Because Monak Patel has been very vocal leading up to these matches that he wants his team to be aggressive throughout the innings. Starts on that hard length.
Beauty work, Zadi.
Dylan Hilliger. So this line, watch the line for me, Nikhil. Across Stephen Taylor, that thick outside edge is what does the job here.
What he's done well in this over, you just look at the length, and you mentioned control of length, Brian. He's both 5 deliveries, 4 of them have been into the pitch and quite short. The 1 wicket delivery was full, so he's almost using that, because that natural length is quite short, he uses that fuller delivery as that wicket delivery, and it worked in the over. He's using the field well, so I think this is exactly what Canada want from him. Someone who can enforce in the middle overs, hit the deck on these type of pitches, but also come at the back end and finish the innings for them. It's 2 in the over. The short delivery to Jones. Again, the bounce troubling The USA, Canada strike back in a big way outside the power play.
Boy, said it again. We talked about this a number of times. Dylan Hilliger is a bowler who can hit the deck hard, and I think his role is exactly as you just mentioned, Nikhil. It should be the enforcer, somebody who can come up, bend his back, get the most out of the pitch, test the middle of the pitch. This time he does exactly that. Didn't exactly get the line right, going down the leg side. And Aaron Jones might consider himself unlucky to have gotten a tickle going down the leg side, but it does not matter. It does land another body blow. And I mentioned earlier, here we see as a replay coming up, look at where this delivery goes. Toward his body, Aaron Jones trying to fend this down the leg side, but just getting a little bit of a touch off the glove, it looks like. And a pretty straightforward catch taken. So body blow again for the Americans. Dylan Hilliger doing exactly what you need for your strike bowler. 2 wickets in his first over and only 2 runs conceded. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the big right-handed fast bowler. 65 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen the USA in trouble with bat in hand in this series. So exactly what Canada would have wanted. Trying to level the series, trying to equal the first 2 games won by the USA. It brings Corey Anderson to the middle, playing his first T20 international since November 2018 from New Zealand. So immediately, with the left-handed presence, they've gone to Nikhil Dutta, the off-spinner, but this is a big moment for the USA. Someone that they've invested in. Corey Anderson, they expect him to bring that experience to the T20 World Cup if selected. Vastly experienced with 162 T20s, 10 50s in T20 cricket.
Corey Anderson now taking strike for the first time. Nikhil, you and I would have been among millions of West Indians who would have been devastated on January 1st, 2014. Corey Anderson put together about the most devastating match that you'll ever see. 131 runs that he scored on that occasion against the West Indies from 47 balls, 6 fours and 14 sixes. So that gives you an idea of the power hitting capability of Corey Anderson. Different situation here because he needs to stabilize things. West Indies. The Americans have wobbled a little bit here in the last couple of overs, and the scoring rate has come all the way down. So his job number 1 is going to be to steady the ship.
So Mark straight away becomes the 18th man in T20 international history to play for 2 international nations. Corey Anderson, a few have actually done it for the USA. Think about Xavier Marshall, Rusty Theron, Hayden Walsh Jr. played for the US, then the West Indies. So a number of them have been involved with 2 international nations. Good opportunity for him as well. 33 years old. A lot of cricket left in him. He did well in the Major League Cricket tournament last year. Different role, as we mentioned, because now he's much more of a leader in this team. Be really curious to see, as he recovers from that injury, how he factors in with ball as well.
So the experience that he brings, that's naturally one of the assets that you have. But what you do have with him here as a left-handed hitter is somebody who will force the bowlers to switch their lines to the left and the right-hander. And it's going to be interesting to see whether the consistency that the Canadians have shown in the last few overs, believe it or not, the scoring rate is now all the way down to 8.74, as low as that it's been in probably a game and a half. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can build on this pressure that they've been building here in the last few overs.
So far, very tidy from Nikhil Dutta, playing his first game of the series. If they can just build pressure here, Canada, they did it to Taylor well. He started off in a hurry, Stephen Taylor, but only 6 runs from his last 7 deliveries before the wicket. So the use of dots, the use of pressure, working for them twice in the over. Another very tight over from the Canadians. They'll be very happy with this. 4 from the over, 69 for 3.
मेरा कैप ले सकता हूँ अंपायर का Abby.
No Andreas House in that batting lineup for the USA. Now you think if Canada can get a wicket and even break this partnership, it's just the all-rounders to come. Van Schalkwyk, Nisarg Patel, Gajanan Singh in that 11. So maybe this is an opportunity for Canada to really take firm grip of this game, control proceedings. Gallagher, who struck twice in that last over, continues.
Made the point earlier, Nikhil, that the dominance of the top order for the Americans
Sit down, legs down.
certainly positive, but potentially could be negative because the middle order has not yet been tested. So having lost a few quick wickets earlier on in the piece, the middle order is now in the position where they're not coming in and playing freely as they normally did in the first two games at the back end of the innings. But now they're actually going to have to rebuild.
It's been interesting that this surface hasn't been the easiest to look. Even with that Monarch Patel dismissal, seemed like it just held up in the surface a bit. Bhagwan Singh, with his extra height, was getting some variable bounce to Stephen Taylor. So Monarch Patel said because of the dryness, he almost didn't mind batting first. He believes the spinners could come into the game even more as the heat continues to penetrate that surface here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Will be interesting to see as the day progresses. And there's that full delivery. He uses it sparingly, Hilliger. That's his biggest weapon because of that shorter, menacing length. Almost has you on the back foot.
That's exactly right, and that's why it was so mystifying to you and me on Tuesday when he came in and bowled his first over, all several full tosses and all full deliveries, because I think the strength of Dylan Hilliger is to come in and hit the deck hard, has the pace to be able to trouble the batters, and you see that full delivery after you've bowled several short balls has gotten you to the point where the fuller delivery can actually be a wicket-taking ball because it's so different from what he's ordinarily done.
Push that.
2 runs. And to be honest, Brian, as much as the USA would like their top order and Taylor Monarch Patel to dominate, I think they won't mind this because at the end of the day, this series will be about experience for both teams. Milind Kumar, for example, hasn't batted in the series, so it's an opportunity for guys in the middle to be in a tough situation, to be under pressure, and just acclimatize. It's a brand new team with a lot of new faces, acclimatize to being in those tough situations. Definitely some variable bounce. That one just stayed a touch slow.
You're doing well. Back the ball on your legs,
Scoring rate has slowed down, as I mentioned. The last 5 overs, including this one, have only gone for 25 runs. And so having scored for much of this match around 12, 13 runs and over, the overall over rate or scoring rate is now down to 8.42. That scoring rate projects to a score of 168, which is a far cry from 230, which is what they got when they batted first on Tuesday. So tremendous comeback here for the Canadians.
Just beats point. But again, field is well set. Defend well, Canada. They showed it in the last game when they went to that defensive plan. Those wide Yorkers at the back end, sometimes into the pitch with a square field. It worked well for them, so I was eager to see how early they go to it. So far, when they've taken pace off the ball and they've gone into the pitch, it's been much tougher for the USA to score.
To the point, well, I'll say more about this after this point. To the point about how difficult for the USA to score, the dot balls have started to increase. And with that last dot ball to end over number 9, they're now 44% of the deliveries bowled in this match have been dots. US having trouble getting the ball off the square. The score is 74 for 3.
Mickey, you want me here or Swine?
Right hand.
Come.
30 seconds.
Seconds.
Yeah.
since they've lost Stephen Taylor. 9 runs scored in the last 3 overs, so it's been tough going for the USA. It seems like the spinners are coming into the game a lot more as we progress. Nikhil Datta playing his first game of the series. Been interesting that on Datta, he made his debut 11 years ago. He's been around, it seems like, forever. Spent some years out of the team, but is back now. That was one thing Coach Pubudu wanted when he regained the job, Brian. He wanted more experience in the team, went back to Srimanta Wijenaratne, went back to Nikhil Datta. Good options to have because he has the delivery as an off spinner, the carom ball that goes the other way as well.
Tremendous experience. Back when he played in the late teens, we used to call him Sunil Narayan Jr. Moves the ball both directions, as you mentioned, as an off spinner, and can be very wily. But his consistency with both line and length, I think, is what will be the biggest asset here. Really bowling well so far. 5 runs from his 1.2 overs.
One missing out on the short here, lads.
One noticeable thing as well, because on a surface like this where there's been variable bounce, you want to be attacking the stumps. The line has been extremely straight, it's been very aggressive.
Let's keep working, lads. Sadi bhai.
Partnership now just worth 12. They've been together since the 3rd delivery of over number 7. So the scoring rate again has come plummeting down in the last few overs.
Likes that leg side, Corey Anderson. Very dependent in that leg side. Strong area for him, so not surprising to see Canada bowl quite wide to him to start.
That consistency we talked about. Just landing the ball just out of Corey Anderson's reach. Good bowling here for Nikhil Datta.
Leg side again, doesn't carry the Nicholas Curtin, it was on that boundary. But again, you can see they're forcing him to tug it from maybe 5th or 6th stump line if he wants to hit to that leg side boundary, just slightly bigger.
Interesting. Almost wonder whether or not Nicholas Curtin had a better opportunity to try to catch that one had he sold out and come all the way in for the attempted catch. Just choosing to get it on the half volley.
Again, very straight. Again, very economical. Just 4 singles in the over from Datta. And Canada may be the happier of the 2 teams after 10. 78 for 3.
So welcome back. 78 for 3. At the end of 6, they were batting a 63 for 1. Couple of strikes from Delon Heliger. The captain Sadbin Zafar has taken the ball. Milind Kumar and Corey Anderson out in the middle. A small partnership of 13. But Nikhil, you get the feeling that Canada is enjoying a better phase than what we saw from the 2 earlier games.
Yeah, they bowl well. Spinners have been
Come, Zadi,
very
throw wickets,
consistent in their line, attacking the stumps.
You get that!
Dylan Heliger bowled 2 very good overs, impactful overs, what they want from him in the middle overs. The first one went for just 2 runs, picked up 2 wickets. The second one, just 5 runs, so very economical.
So a couple of debutants that would
Next time.
have made their debut in this series. Milind
Keep moving,
Kumar
lad,
with
keep moving, lad,
T20
yeah.
international cap, number 33. Corey Anderson will have an update on his bio. Already been handed a Kiwi cap, 56, when he played internationally for New Zealand. And today, Nikhil, he's received cap number 35 as he punches this one out towards the offside, and he picks up a couple of runs.
Yeah, it's been interesting the way they bowl to him, Corey Anderson, because he's very leg side dominant. So if you look at the line from Dutta in the last over,
It's your wicket,
that
Zadi!
5th stump almost had an opportunity to dismiss him, pulling into, well, the slog sweep into the leg side. Now Sadbin Zafar swinging the ball in. He's over the wicket, again maintaining quite wide angle outside off stump.
Only one
Just
bowler,
coming
right?
back to Corey Anderson as picks up another couple of runs here. He joins a small bunch of players who had represented 2 nations. Xavier Marshall, Rusty Tehran, Adam Sanford, who has played for the West Indies and of course played for the US at some point. Hayden Walsh, fouled backers some years ago. Now Corey Anderson, a second innings for him as he makes the US his home. And you get the feeling the spinners, Sadbin Zafar and Nikhil Dutta, has really been on top of the US. We've seen some very dry spells in the last 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, it's not easy as a spinner to bowl from that northern end because the wind from the highway helps batters hit down the ground. So if you look at the length from Bin Zafar, he's been on the much shorter side. And so far, so good. Yet to concede a boundary in the last 4 overs. This is much improved from Canada.
The ball turned into the onside. Milind Kumar is taking this opportunity to really try to play himself in. We saw Stephen Taylor, he was quite fluent for 39 off 24. But you get the feeling once Monank and Stephen Taylor, who's been prolific in the other 2 games, has been taken out of the equation. Canadian bowling has really looked on top. You look at the partnership of 20 between Peralt in the middle. It's taken some time to come off 23 balls. Ball into the offside. That will complete the 11th over. A couple of runs here again to Corey Anderson. So 11 gone. It's 87 for 3. So Nikhil Dutta will continue. 2 tidy over from the off spinner Nikhil. His first match of the series. And he's really been on target.
He's been good, as well as supporting cast from the other end, Hiliga and then Sadbin Zafar. Key thing has been the denial of boundaries. Haven't hit a boundary since the 6th over the US. It's not been the easiest of surfaces, but it's just allowed Canada to build pressure, I think. It's allowed Sadbin Zafar to sneak a few overs in. Dutta for a 3rd on the trot. Never easy to bowl back-to-back overs in T20 cricket. almost every single delivery he's bowled has attacked the stumps.
Sadi, now you come this
To
side.
the right-hander or the left-hander.
So you look at Nikhil Datta along with Nitish Kumar, who's part of the US squad now, and Stephen Taylor. Some of the young players who would have played on the 15 cricket against each other. Bowling continues to be very good from Nikhil Datta. He forms one of the more experienced bowler of the side along with Delon Heliger. But as we have seen, Nikhil, the likes of Rishiv Joshi, Uday Bhagwan Singh has been probably on the inexperienced side here, turning out for Canada.
Yeah, given his experience, Datta, in the Caribbean, he played a couple seasons in the CPI. I wonder how he factors into the plans for Canada in their final 11. See, it's interesting to me that he didn't play in the first 2 matches. So now that he's come in, if he does well in these last 2 games, does that sort of guarantee him a spot with his experience in their starting 11 come the World Cup? They play the US first, of course, in Dallas. Really good to Corey Anderson though, because they know his strength is leg side. Almost 80% of his runs tend to come in that leg side region, but they're challenging him by bowling outside that off stump to hit not only from outside off, but to hit into a bigger boundary and into a slight wind.
Yeah, we've seen 17 balls now from Nikhil Datta. He's only given up 10.
Doing well, you're doing well, Datta.
And the fact is, we've seen a lot of time Corey Anderson trying to break free, trying to get the big shots into the onside. Hasn't really worked out. Down the ground from Milind Kumar. Has he found the gap? Yes, he has. In front of the fielder. And that drought of having scored a boundary for some time comes to an end. 12 gone. It's 93 for 3.
First boundary in 35 deliveries, very important. It's all about the positioning from Milind Kumar. Slightly too full from Datta. But he's able, this quick outfield, to hit it straight enough. A good way to end. They'll be looking to accelerate now. They've got 7 wickets in hand. Finishers to come. These two have been at the crease for a while, so been well set. Both have faced more than 15 deliveries. Even with that boundary though, just 6 runs from the over, so very good, and no surprises that Bin Zafar is sticking with the spin. 4th over now on the trot of spin.
So the captain will continue. 2 overs no none for 18.
Ambulance or other one?
We've seen a partnership of 28 between Anderson and Milind Kumar, 30 balls. Those numbers really tell you that the Canadians are really pulled back. We've seen many mistimed shots from Corey Anderson. We saw a lovely boundary from Milind Kumar. And the battle to get to the next 48 balls. What will happen here? 93 for 3. As Saad bin Zafar, the captain, continues. Left arm spin. McCain ball tugged into the onside. Not timing it as probably he would have wanted. And things are on the way in the 13th.
Come Sadi, it's your day, Sadi.
Yeah, Corey Anderson being a left-hander facing Bin Zafar, I wonder if he does get back on strike, if it's time for him to take it on, because 15 from 16 has been slow going, but he'll back himself with the ball spinning in. That is a slightly shorter boundary, his leg side.
Datte!
Breeze just blows across the ground from
Datta,
the
you
south.
have to be ready, macha.
It's almost a lot of things going in his favor. It's quite risky to bowl from this end if you're Saad bin Zafar, so maybe a bit faster on the defensive, just trying to get it on strike.
Let's go. Keep working,
A
Sadi.
very good spell from
One
Nikhil
year lad,
Datta.
1 year lad.
Saad bin Zafar has gone for 20. We saw a couple of strikes from Delon Heliger.
Back
The wicket
in.
of Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones. You look at 96 for 3 here. The Canadians have really pulled back the fluent of scoring from the US in the last couple of games, and even this one.
Catch it. Datta. Yes, Adi. That's
Been
the
a
super
very good
one,
over
Adi.
here from Saad bin Zafar, only 3 runs off this over.
Keep working, Adi.
In the air, keeper calls for it and takes the catch. Very soft dismissal, and Milan Kumar falls 96 for 4.
Yeah, build up of pressure again, and it's not been the easiest of surfaces. Bin Zafar, as captain, has realized that he's stuck with his spin. He just felt something had to give. The USA needed to get a move on, have wickets in hand. And in the end, Saad bin Zafar, captain, such a wily spinner, very deceptive with the changes of pace, but always consistent in the line, attacking the stumps constantly. That's when he's at his best. Challenging Milan Kumar to not only sweep, but sweep into the wind and into a bigger side. Catch in the end. Big wicket for Canada. They've been on top in this game. They'll be very happy with the control of the run rate as well. Less than 7.5 runs per over. The wickets continue to come.
Good work, Adi.
Is that Jesse?
No?
So Jesse Singh comes to the middle.
Comes Adi, comes Adi.
He comes in here with 43 balls remaining. Saad bin Zafar has picked up one for 21 at the moment.
Stop a single here, lads. Stop a single here. Let's go.
So big appeal. Now that says umpire Jermaine Lindo. So 13 gone. It's 96 for 4.
Much slower that time. Very
What a
slow
ball,
to the
Zadie.
air. First delivery. What a first delivery to get for Jesse Singh. Yeah, there is something in this surface. Narrowly missing that off stump. 13, 96 for 4. Interesting decision as well to send Jesse Singh. We've seen this a couple of times from the USA where they're experimenting. Head coach Stuart Law in that second row there. You see those two guys padded up. Harmeet Singh, Shadi Van Schalkwyk, both left-handers. So I think wanting to maintain that left-right combination, they've sent Jasdeep Singh, but I think also Stuart Law trying to survey his options. Saw Van Schalkwyk come up the order in the last game. Now Jesse Singh. So that's what the series is up for. Trying to find their best combination, trying to find guys who can do different things, offer different things. Nikhil Dutta will bowl a 4th over on the trot. How often do you see that in a T20 game? Came into the attack in that 8th over. He's bowled since.
Yeah, he's been quite impressive. Corey Anderson's been there for some time. Still 41 balls to be bowled here. Just going over 7 runs and over.
Interesting feel as well. There's no short third, which is why Corey Anderson is trying to play that shot. Just point in front of square. Just deep cover in the offside, as well as long off. So options for Anderson if he wants to score through the offside.
Nikhil, we haven't seen Nicholas Curtin. He could be in for a couple of overs once the left-hander is out in the middle. Still not.
One good ball out here.
Still not a left-hander to come. So Corey Anderson trying to get cheeky here.
Yeah, it's really intelligent bowling this from Nikhil Dutta. You look at the field, they've packed the leg side with 3 deep fielders on the boundary and a few catching fielders left of screen. So they're almost challenging him to have to score through the offside if he wants to. Purposely have not put a fielder at that short third position, and it's forcing him to manufacture something. There's definitely a lot in this surface for the spin. This has been very intelligent bowling and field setting from Canada.
Yeah, Nikhil Dutta has only conceded 15. This over's gone pretty well. We've only seen a wide. Again into the offside, not much damage there. Very good bowling here from Nikhil Dutta, and he's brought so much experience to this Canadian attack today, Nikhil. as Jesse Singh comes into strike.
Middle. Mickey, same. Yeah.
Let's stop a single, yeah, lads.
Saw a good spell so far from Saad bin Zafar, 1 for 21 off 3. A couple of wickets for Heliga. He's picked up 2. He's only conceded 7 off a couple of overs. The bowling has really been good here for the Canadians.
No.
So single to Jesse Singh gets him off the mark. We come down to the last 37 ball. Canada has enjoyed a better game, as we saw from the first T20 International.
The biggest improvement has been their spinners, just how economical they've been today. Obviously, the surface has assisted them majorly. The USA will have that at the back of their minds. They've got 3 left-arm spinners. Canada have got a lot of right-handers, so they will come into the game as well. What a spell, though, from Dutta.
Yeah, he completes his bowling spell. Very impressive 1 for overs, no maiden. None for 18, 14 gone, and the 100 comes up for the US. 100 for 4 at the end of 14.
Keep moving, guys, here.
Yeah, look at the options used for Canada. 6 options. 4 of them have been spin. Dylan Hilliger, the stand-up with his seam. I'm sure he will come into the attack at the back end of the innings. Has the ability to take pace off, but don't underestimate the importance of that 4 overs from Nikhil Dutta. Didn't take a wicket, but 4.5 really has stemmed the flow in this middle phase. Best Canada have bowled all series. Here is Hilliger.
Yeah, Halligan's really been impressive.
Bowling alley. Come lads,
Back. The county of Essequibo.
Keep ready, lads, get ready.
Mikel, have you gone to Essequibo in Guyana?
No, I haven't. Lenny, just Georgetown.
Man comes out of Suddy on the Essequibo coast. Another player, I'll tell you who he is, that comes out of the Essequibo region in Guyana. Rosford beat it.
You can see there that shorter delivery pace off that time from Hilliger, and it just held up in the surface. It's amazing how much the disparity is between the power play overs, and as that ball has gotten softer. 63 for 1 they were, the US, and they were comfortable. As soon as the power play had the fielding restrictions and spin came into the game a lot more.
Pulled away, that's a lovely shot. Finally he connects.
It's okay.
And it goes quickly through the onside. 4 for Anderson.
Yeah, much needed boundary, but Hilliger will be livid because they've bowled so well when they've gone wide to him. They've denied him of that leg side scoring opportunity for the entire day. But just tells you the margin of error is so small. Barely missed his line. And even with 3 fielders deep on the leg side, Anderson is good enough to find the gap. Is that the start of something big to come?
So into the onside again, straight down the ground pretty much. And a couple of 4s off the bat of Anderson.
This is the moment to back the
He
ball.
goes up to 26.
One good ball here, LA.
Yeah, because of the slow nature of this surface, when you go short, and that short, it really does sit up. So someone who's a skiddy type bowler like Hilliger may not be as effective from that short of a length. Again, you've seen the plan, trying to go wide of that off stump, but just too short, gives him so much time.
So we've seen 8 in this over so far, a couple of 4s from the left-hander. Hilliger came into this over having bowled 2 overs for 7. Running here from Jesse, backing up well, and we come down to 31 balls remaining. Projected score probably in the vicinity of 150, 145.
Righty.
So the Canadians, Nickel, enjoying a better game that we saw from the previous couple of games that was played.
He'll be disappointed. He was disappointed, Anderson, because he knew those fielders in the offside were in the circle, both point and third for that last delivery, so a bit more bat on it would have had another boundary. You can see the intent. Not easy for someone that's spent a lot of time away from the international level. Obviously played in the Big Bash earlier this year but picked up an injury, so he's been recovering from that. And it's not the easiest of surfaces to start on either. Much better over though for the USA. 9 from it, 1 on 9 for 4.
I'm 15 gone.
Yeah, still power to come with Harmeet Singh, Shadi Van Schalkwyk, who we saw briefly in that last game, Nisar Patel can bat as well, but a lot will be on the shoulders of Corey Anderson. 2 boundaries in that last over. And we'll be looking to maximize on these next 5 overs into the final phase of the innings.
You want 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, give me
Much improved from Canada though in terms of the middle overs. The spin has helped. It's not been the easiest of surfaces. Not been as placid as we've seen in the first 2 T20 internationals. It is a used pitch, so no surprises there. Harsh Takano, this is interesting. Usually last 5 overs we tend to see a lot of pace. But given how well Nikhil Datta, the off spinner, has bowled to Corey Anderson, he's going to another off spinner in Harsh Taka. Again, goes back to that wide line, just 1. Hello, Brian Walters.
Nikhil, things look a little bit different from the way that they did on Thursday. As of right now, with that single, when I said Thursday, my apologies, I meant Tuesday. With that single, the scoring rate for the Americans is now 7.25. A projected score of 145 is almost 100 runs shy of where they ended up on Tuesday. Corey Anderson looking to see if he can change that conversation along with Jesse Singh.
Yeah, given straight away, Jesse Singh. And Harsh Taka, first over was an expensive one, not easy to bowl at this time of the innings, but he starts well.
Absolutely plumb in front for me. This one looks like it is hitting. We'll only see on the replay to make sure, but I think to the naked eye that looked like it was hitting middle and leg about halfway up. Jesse Singh, I think, making the fatal error of going back to a foolish delivery. Really just sort of trapped on the crease, and yeah, that is hitting on the back leg in front of middle and leg. That would have hit maybe 2/3 of the way up. So Jesse Singh sticks around for 5 deliveries, but he has to go only adding 1 run, just short of that much in terms of doubling the scorers. So now, Nikhil, this is going to be interesting to me. This is Shadley Van Schalkwyk, who's coming in to join Corey Anderson. So now you have 2 left-handers, and you mentioned the off-spinners who are still in operation. Harsh Thakur into his 2nd over, so he has 2 left. And it is going to be interesting to see exactly how he handles things from here. The captain, Sad bin Zafar, you mentioned Nikhil Datta, who is now done. But Harsh Thakur's remaining 2 overs and 4 balls are going to be really, really interesting to the 2 left-handers.
Yeah, Van Schalkwyk, we saw him briefly get a promotion in that last game. Didn't get much of a strike. Jones it was who took that last over for 23 runs. But will have a much bigger responsibility now. Well fielded. And I know, Brian, it is a used surface and it has been much more difficult to score, but we have to credit Canada because they've bowled a lot better. Seems like they've been a lot more consistent in their plans, but also I think they've defended well. This is something they've done throughout the series. Just seems like they've gone earlier to it, where they've set a field and been happy to deny the boundaries. And this could be a 2nd wicket in the over. Takes the catch, Curtin. They dropped 4 in the last game, but they've been brilliant in the field today. Big wicket of Anderson.
Keep working hard, lads, here.
What a big wicket that is. Corey Anderson, 28 from 28, was looking to warm up in the last over against Dylan Haliger, had a couple of boundaries. And it is the stage of the innings where you'd expect him to start accelerating towards the end with only 27 deliveries remaining. But he holds out in the deep here. not much energy. And again, from this end, he's hitting into the wind. Look at Harsh Thacker keeping this ball just out of the hitting zone. Corey Anderson wants to go leg side, but a little bit of turn and that ball sitting up, and a pretty simple catch taken there by Nicholas Curtin. Only too happy to take that one, and that is a big body blow. 6 wickets down. The Americans are now actually, for the first time in the series, one feels actually under pressure.
Yeah, just getting back to that point, Brendan. The denial of boundaries, it's worked well today. At other times in the series, Canada, visibly, they've been searching for wickets, trying to bowl Yorkers early, sometimes missing their length too full. It's been very easy for the United States. Today, less of those types of deliveries and just more defensive planning, and it's worked perfectly for them.
Harmeet Singh, yet another left-hander. And so this will absolutely please Harsh Thacker, who still again has, after this delivery, has another 2 overs to bowl. He will be very happy with the way that things have developed, and he wants to bowl to the 2 left-handers.
Is he maybe thinking about Nicholas Curtin in that next over? So far, it is a risk. Hasn't bowled for the innings. A part-time option, but spins the ball away. End of the 16th over. 112 for 6. 2 in the over.
Next up, please. Thank you. Jermaine, that's leg stump, right?
Yeah, one of the newer innovations in this series is the stump mics. You just heard umpire Jermaine Lindos tell the captain Saad bin Zafar that they're 5 minutes behind. That's critical, because if you continue to be behind from the next over, they will have to bring a fielder into the circle. Right now we're bowling with 5 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. So to keep an eye on will be Dylan Hilliger. Bowl his 4th and final over. Now going to the full and wide plan. The field set with deep cover and long off, but does have 3 deep leg side, so it does give him the option of going at the body and that hard length that he's used to bowling.
I think you've seen more evidence, Nikhil, of there being an actual plan for the bowling today. On Tuesday, and I keep comparing it to Tuesday because I think Tuesday in many ways epitomized exactly what you want to not do as a bowling side. Leaking runs all over the place, not bowling to a plan. Here, you're using your resources exactly in the way that you need to, Saad bin Zafar, and particularly with Haliger and the off-spinners doing exactly what they need to do.
Just over that man in the circle. Smart batting, smart option from Harmeet Singh.
Harmeet Singh will definitely take the boundary. I don't know necessarily that he wanted it to go that fine. It felt to me more like a top edge than it did an actual cut. But you'll take the runs. Short and wide, outside off, and just a little bit of width, and he goes up and over. In fact, let's give him credit. He intentionally elevated that one above that fielder at short third. Welcome boundary for Harmeet Singh and the US.
Yeah, much safer field now with deep third back on the boundary with this angle going across.
Okay, just the one, just the one, just the one.
Most
Just
of
the
the
one.
deliveries are on that 4th or 5th stump line because of the angle, so much safer. But I think, and Captain Saad bin Zafar spoke about it after the last game.
That middle, please. Thank you.
He mentioned at the presentation that he saw something that he liked in that end of the bowling innings where they defended well. It was Joshi and Bhagwan Singh went to that full and wide plan. I think today they've just started to defend a bit earlier from those middle overs. It's worked perfectly. Yes, the surface has assisted, but you have to make use of the conditions. The length has been good. They've used the pitch. Gone a lot shorter today, and Heliga's led the way. I like the fact as well that he's bowled him up early, not waiting to give him the last over because it cost them in the last game. Seems like he's someone who maybe can bowl in rhythm when he's having a good over. Maybe can come back like we saw early in the innings. So they'll take that. They'll take this over, Canada. Just 6 runs from the 17th over. 118 for 6.
Quick change, quick change. 7 minutes to start last over.
No surprises that we've seen a healthy dosage of spin today on this surface. Harsh tackle continuing.
No. Okay.
We're speaking about acclimatizing to different situations. This will be a new experience for him. Bowling in the last 5 where guys are coming at you, Brian. It's not easy.
Still your leg
It's certainly not easy, but what it does mean is that the U.S. has lost plenty of wickets, and so they're not as free-flowing as they usually are in over number 18. 17 deliveries remaining in the innings.
Catch him. That's it.
Yeah, that's big.
Yes.
Harmeet Singh, this is what he offers to this USA international side, the finishing ability. And he nailed that, hitting into the wind as well. Not an easy stroke to execute.
Harmeet Singh getting this one where he wants it. I think you'll see this ball just a touch too straight, tailing in toward off stump, and with the angle drifting in. And he goes for another huge one. He might have 6 more here, landing just over the ropes at deep mid wicket. So consecutive 6s here for Harmeet Singh, looking to see if he can help the U.S. accelerate towards the back end of the innings.
Yeah, and Harsh Thakur is not a huge turner of the ball. You understand the thinking, trying to get the off-spinner bowling to the 2 left-handers, but this is always a risk, bowling spin in the last 5. Guys will come at you.
And now it's interesting. He dragged that one from about a 4th stump line, Nikhil. Looking at it live, and we're a bit at an angle, so I thought that was drifting down leg, but he dragged that from outside the line of off.
Just think through the offside. Work to be done. Does well. Bhagwan Singh. Just 2. They can get maybe big finish. 30 from the next 2, 170 with their spin.
No, it's okay.
Be a very challenging total for a Canadian batting lineup that's been inconsistent in this series. He's got the field deep leg side again, so maybe a much straighter line. It goes wide. Gets the result.
Bit of a counter-attack here from the Americans. The last 5 overs before this one had only gone for 18 runs, Nikhil. So definitely had the squeeze on. But 15 already in this over number 18 with 1 ball to come means that the U.S. has, to some extent, extricated themselves from a little bit of trouble.
It's really been interesting. That's gone into the boundary again. It's been interesting in terms of the tactics from Harsh Thakur. He's got such a dominant leg side feel, but he's bowled everything outside off. It's been easy pickings for Harmeet Singh. This is a big over. 19 runs from it.
Yeah, 19 from this over. Just up and over the top of extra cover. A lot of work. Diving attempt in vain there from the fielder, sprinting around from long off. That is Dilpreet Bajwa, who was not able to get to it. So welcome runs here for the U.S. 19 coming from over number 18. The score is 137 for 6.
Well, last 2 overs. Good effort, yeah, lad.
Yeah. Double lift. Bradley bowling change. Left arm over. Thank you.
Will be Joshi, who will bowl this penultimate. Been expensive today, but showed good skills at the back end of the innings in the last game, where he bowled to that full and wide plan and executed on a number of occasions. Does have 3rd in the circle though. Yeah, there's that Yorker again. Starts with the straight Yorker, and it's understandable given the field. He's got long on, deep mid-wicket, backward skirt, and fine leg. So really has a small margin of error with a lot of protection leg side.
Yeah, don't have the ability to bowl anything other than that type of delivery. I agree with you. The field is set exactly for those types of deliveries. Nobody in the deep square either on the offside.
Again, straight. Does give him the option, though, to either go to Yorker or pace off,
Good effort.
forcing these left-handers to hit into the wind. And this is something I think Canada noticed in that last game, and I've gone to a lot earlier today. Saw to Corey Anderson, bowled wide outside off. Now to the left-handers, setting 4 deep leg side. Keep an eye on this, though. The time, very important. They must start the last over in 3 minutes' time by 11:29. If not, they'll have to bring up a fielder. Of course, barring any injuries or time taken to retrieve the ball. And we know T20 bowling is hard enough, right? Especially at the back end. Oh, misfield. Not able to capitalize, though. T20 bowling is hard enough. Imagine having to bowl with just 4 deep fielders. It's an opportunity for the USA.
It certainly would be. And one of the more recent innovations in the game has been an attempt to make sure that games don't drag on indefinitely as they usually do or sometimes do. And definitely it will be the case that Harmeet Singh and Shadley Van Skalkvik will be aware of that, because they would have heard the conversations from the umpires. So you're now at the back end of the innings. 8 deliveries remaining in this innings, and I'll tell you, 141 does not sound like an imposing total, but that 19-run 18th over makes a big difference as to what the complexion of this innings is going to be. So for Canada, it's going to be really important to close out strongly in these last 8.
Full toss, missed his length. And is sailing into the stands from Shadley Van Skalkvik, finishing again. This is something the USA have missed in recent years. These two have provided impetus at the back end.
Shadley Van Skalkvik jumping all over this full toss. A low full toss does not matter. Able to hammer it away. Look at this, from around the wicket, slanting into his body. I'm sorry, from over the wicket for the left-hander. And Shadley Van Skalkvik just a punch straight down the ground, high raised front arm, and sails this one away over the top of the side screen. That is a massive hit by Shadley Van Skalkvik. 147 runs on the board now with the last 7. I mentioned that they need to close out strongly here, the Canadians. This is not the way to do it.
Other than the maximum, I think they'll be pleased with this over from Joshi. Had the field set for that Yorker. He's nailed 5 times out of 6. But still, able to get 11 from the over. A good one for the USA. 1 for 8 for 6, sorry. 1 to go.
Go back. AJ up.
What's that?
Ellie, up.
Did he say something?
No, it's about bringing the fielder in. They're good. They got 1.
Yeah, 1 to go. It will be Uday Bhagwan Singh, who bowled 2 very economical overs in the power play. Went for just 13 and picked up the crucial wicket of Monak Patel. Starts well. How about that?
No.
Saw Van Skalkvik
Yes.
side off and then followed him. Went pace off as well. Definitely much tougher to hit. Pace off the ball into the pitch on this slower surface.
Shadley Van Skalkvik being a little bit innovative there, walking all the way across, standing outside his off stump. But good delivery in response by Uday Bhagwan Singh. Now bowling to Harmeet Singh. You mentioned Harmeet Singh is a powerful hitter of the ball. Wirely built, but can hit the ball a mile.
Goes straight up this one. Is Curtin again under it? Made a valiant effort. Didn't get there in the end though.
Lovely, Curtis.
What an effort. Absolutely brilliant effort. Full sprint and diving. Almost got an absolutely highlight style catch. but it just
Four
fell
balls,
short
10
of him.
minimum. Let's get
Nicholas
10 minimum,
Curtin
4 balls.
doing enough to keep that ball from getting by, but 2 more precious runs. And the Americans are, hopefully for them, sprinting towards the back end of the innings here.
So far, so good for Bhagwan Singh. Goes wide Yorker this time. Will get into the boundary just. Again, these last 2 overs have been so costly for Canada.
Keep working, Ulay, keep working, lah.
Outside the line of off, don't mind the wide Yorker, but he ended up with it just touch too full, maybe landing on the crease, but it's also good innovation by the batter. Harmeet Singh getting underneath that one. That's not an easy delivery to get under. Lofting it over the top. A lot of work for fielder running across from mid-off, not able, for long off rather, not able to get to it. Closing out the rush here, the Americans.
Ball straight away. Just one though. He knows he's going wide. 3 deep offside for Van Schalkwyk. That was for Harmeet Singh, so they know the plan. Execute. Can they finish these last 2 deliveries? You see those 2 deep fielders leg side, but those are the only 2. The other 3, deep point, deep cover, long off. Who now is in a very wide, almost extra cover position. Wide again. This has been good execution. They'll get 2, but again, deny the boundary.
10 runs from over number 20 with 1 ball to go. The last 5, to include the one that you're in now, have gone for 49. So that overall run rate has certainly accelerated in the last back end of this innings. So the Americans definitely recovering a little bit. 1 ball to go here in the innings.
Pace off.
No.
Just be 1. Canada, who are 2-0 down in this series, will be very happy with this bowling performance. Won the toss, bowling first. Not as placid as we've seen of surface here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, but they've done well, especially in the middle overs. Kept the USA to just 5 runs and over, took 3 wickets, and even with a late surge from Van Schalkwyk and Harmeet Singh, they will have to chase 160, which I think they'll be happy with. Scorecard, Stephen Taylor got point early, but they played well to him in the middle to just pressure him, deny boundaries. Jones, Kumar, and Corey Anderson all getting starts. Again, another close partnership between Harmeet Singh and Van Schalkwyk. 48 from 25 deliveries.
Absolutely. And the bowlers, Shiv Joshi was expensive. For me, the spinners did the work. Sad Bin Zafar, 3 overs, 1 for 21. And look at the back end. Nikhil Dutta, 4 overs, none for 18. Brilliant bowling from him. And Dylan Hilliger, I think, being the type of bowler that we thought he was supposed to be, the enforcer, 2 for 22. And so it does mean that the Canadians have done much better with the ball today than they did, conceding about some 70 runs fewer than they did on Tuesday. And it does mean, though, that their batting lineup after a short break will be coming to try to overhaul a total of 160. Really important for them to start well. It's going to be interesting to see how well they do.
go to last. You don't want to hit with the breeze. Hold up.
Bowler's coming left arm over, sir.
Let me see.
Second
One
leg, please.
leg.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the ground, to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston, Texas. It is International Series, the USA taking on Canada. These two will meet at the T20 World Cup a couple months' time. The first game of that major tournament. But for now, trying to get prepared and ready for that massive event.
Let's play.
It will be Aaron Johnson and Dilpreet Bajwa, new opening pair for the Canadians. Saurabh Netravalkar with new ball in hand. Starts very straight to Johnson. What a destructive innings it was a couple of days ago. Brian Walters, 74 from 40 with 6 maximums. Almost chased down 230 Canada.
Tremendous striker of the cricket ball, that's obvious. Aaron Johnson, but interestingly, when he was playing on Tuesday, he had to chase up to 230. So the only way that you approach 230 is going after it from ball 1. This is a bit of a middling type of target. It's not an overpowering target, so he'll have to mix caution and aggression here. It'll be interesting to see exactly what his approach is.
Got to slip in place early. Interesting as well to see Netravalkar start over the wicket. So far in the series, he's got him out once, but Johnson has struck at 190 against Saurabh Netravalkar, and you saw in the last game, first over, he started over the wicket going across him, 1-6 in the leg side, and he went around, trying to in-swing the ball and attack those stumps. But it seems like the leg side is his strength, so may want to stay in this mode of attack, challenge that 3rd or 4th stump line. 8 of his 12 boundaries in that last game, Brian, came in the leg side, so a leg side dominant player.
Very leg side dominant, but it also does not mean that he can't score on the offside. We saw him go through extra cover and up and over extra cover once or twice too. So he has tremendous reach. He's a very tall man. He's probably around 6'3", I would estimate. And so his reach is such that you have to keep the ball on the right length, just out of driving length, but also you don't want to be too short because he's murderous on those deliveries that are up around his body. He loves playing to mid-wicket. There's a fielder deep mid-wicket for that exact type of shot. Just going to have to be very careful with your disciplines here, Saurabh Netravalkar, to keep the ball out of his hitting zone.
Also interesting that they've started to him with 2 deep faders leg side. So he knows that they're going to attack that body line, hard length, or can go across him where they had to slip in place. Yeah, Dilpreet Bajwa, they've dropped both their openers today, Srimanta Wichitaratne and Navneet Dhaliwal, who's opened for them a couple of times in T20 international cricket over the last couple of years. So a chance to look at someone different. Bajwa didn't play the last game. Skillful Netravalkar with that brand new ball.
Great delivery. You mentioned that he's bowling over the wicket. From over the wicket as a left-hander, you have the 2 different options. Either curling it back in, and he bowls that in-swinger very well Sarbna Travalkar, but he can also sort of grip it cross seam and have the ball go directly across. This will give us a good look here. Look at the angle on this delivery, taking it right across him. That is a beautifully bowled ball. And again, that's testament to the skill that Sarbna Travalkar has.
Young man, 23 years old. He's only playing his third T20 international, so very new in the setup. End of the first, 2 for none.
Back this side is good. Come, Lashy. One guy here.
Adi Hermit back on the field. Bowling left arm round.
Harry.
That's a leg
One over
stump.
done and dusted. Canada looking for 160 to try to keep the series alive. Remember, the third T20 international was affected by rain. Didn't play a couple days ago.
Come up.
Now, Nosh Kenjige has opened the bowling alongside Sarbna Travalkar throughout the series. Starts with slip. So the new batter, Bajwa, as well as long off and deep mid wicket. On the track straight away. Just judging from what we saw in the first innings, Brian, power play, the US went at 10.5 runs per over. After it, less than 7. So as that ball gets softer, it will become more difficult for Canada to score. And I think it puts even more onus on the shoulders of Johnson to maximize these first 6 overs and that hard new ball.
Go, sir.
First, no, bat, says the umpire. Interesting, very close.
I think what it also emphasizes, Nikhil, is that the bevy of spinners that the Americans have. 3 genuine left-arm spinners, all turning the ball away from the right-handers. Only 1 lefty in the top order of the Canadians. Runs by, and they might get a couple of byes here. In fact, it goes all the way to the rope. So there's a signal from umpire Vijay Mallela. It's actually a leg by, so 4 leg byes. But more to the point, you mentioned how the scoring slows down after the ball gets a little bit soft and you're out of the power play. The Americans have the bowlers to sort of capitalize on those conditions. And with 3 genuine left-arm spinners, and you also have Stephen Taylor, who can bowl right arm off spin, that will definitely assist the Americans in that defense.
It's been surprising, actually, how little spin the USA have bowled at Aaron Johnson. He's been very tentative against the spin. Harmeet Singh is another one. Harmeet Singh bowled 9 deliveries to Johnson in the last game. He only scored 3 runs. You can see now, especially on the surface where the ball is staying a touch low, it's not the easiest. He's looked a bit tentative. If the 2 right-handers at the crease, with Johnson at the crease, Monak Patel is urged to go to another one of his left-arm spinners early. Very tight over from Kenjige. Sees the single as well as the 4 leg byes. 7 for none after 2. Sarbna Travalkar bowled a good first over. So far it's been very quiet from Aaron Johnson, who has been destructive to say the least in this series. Just 1 from 9. They bowled well to control him thus far. Still at the crease though, so that will be worrying for the USA. But they're so reliant on him in T20 International Cricket Canada. Yeah, just a flick of the wrists. Very comprehensive, very comfortable for Bajwa. His first boundary in T20 International Cricket.
Bit of a gift from Sarvan Netravalkar, bowling at his pads. From over the wickets, you want that ball to be outside the line of off, but this is very straight. Swinging also, swinging in, so he really has no trouble putting that one away through mid-wicket for boundary. You'll definitely take those runs. I made the point earlier, Nikhil, that this is a bit of a middling target. So you don't necessarily have to go all out in order to chase these runs down. And it sometimes means that you mix aggression and caution. At that time, a very confident stroke from Dilpreet Bajwa.
It is interesting to see Netravalkar bowl with both his fielders in the power play on the leg side. Means he has to bowl a very straight line. Both these right-handers. Veteran though, Netravalkar been around for a long time, former captain of this team, of course. Series.
Bang on target though, but again, big picture, you're looking at another 149 runs in the next 105 balls. So your required rate is actually 8.5. So you're nowhere near needing to sort of panic. But you also don't want to get tied down. At this stage in the first innings, the Americans had 31 runs on the board. The Canadians have 20 less than that, so they certainly have some making up to do. And you know the spin attack that the Americans have will not be easy to score off later on.
Yeah, what I think Aaron Johnson's presence does from a USA perspective, it helps them prepare, Brian. In the last game, they'll I think reflect on their plans and think that they've missed a couple of times to him. Probably didn't set the right fields under pressure. But at the World Cup, when you play the likes of India, Pakistan, even Ireland, they will be under pressure a lot. A lot of batters will come at them, whether it's in the power play, in the middle, or the back end. So it gives them time under pressure just to prepare to bowl to batters of that nature who will destroy you if they get going and have the ability to take the game away from you. It'll be interesting to see if he does continue batting through the innings, how the plan changes in this innings.
Contrast Aaron Johnson between Tuesday and today. 1 from 9 so far. So he certainly has not been as fluid as he was earlier on. But again, on Tuesday he was chasing a much larger target.
Just a touch too short. And that man at mid-wicket, quite fine. So 2 boundaries in the over. Productive start for Canada. End of 3, 15 for none.
Yeah, just a quick look at this again. I agree, just a little bit too short. And then you see how Dilpreet Bajwa was actually opening himself up. That left foot went all the way opened himself up, helping himself to 4 runs over mid-wicket. End of 3, 15 without loss.
Check it leg, please.
Round.
That's it.
That's a leg.
That's it. That's it.
Left arm round.
Canada looking for their first win of the series.
15 seconds, Harry.
Now we saw 1 left-arm spinner ball from this southern end, Naush Kenjige. Only went for 5, not over, but he's been replaced by another Harmeet Singh. So shuffling his options, Monak Patel. Comes across, given. It's the big wicket. Johnson thought he came across enough, but in line, says the umpire. What a big strike that is for Harmeet Singh.
Absolutely brilliant bowling by Harmeet Singh, and Aaron Johnson is going to be really upset that he missed a straight ball. We'll look at the replay to see whether or not he has a complaint as to whether or not this was hitting the stumps, but he definitely played across a pretty straight delivery from Harmeet Singh. This will give us a good look here.
Again, very wide of the crease.
Oh, I'm sorry for me. That is pitching or hitting in line with off. And that's probably hitting the top of middle and off. It is going to be always tricky for the left armer bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Question is always, to the right-hander, my apologies. Question is always going to be, was impact outside the line? But I think you'll see upon that replay that this impact is just in line with off stump. Here we see the replay again, and it's a bit of a deceptive view because his body is a little bit outside the line, but look where the impact is. It's arm ball, so it goes on straight with the arm. Good camera work there. For me, that is right in line with off stump. At worst, it's umpire's call as to impact, and I think umpire Vijay Malela having a good think about it, but finally deciding that that was hitting. Big blow.
And he's got 2 in 2. Pargat Singh trying to advance down the track. Misses it. And what a start this is for the USA and for Harmeet Singh.
Exactly why you would go charging down the wicket to face your first delivery is beyond my capacity to articulate. I don't think Pargat Singh would have wanted to see that one again. He'll probably avoid the replay because the very first delivery goes charging down the wicket at Harmeet Singh. Nowhere near, just a bit of turn, didn't need a whole lot, and about the easiest stumping that you'll ever see from the captain, Monank Patel. 2 in 2 for Harmeet Singh, and all of a sudden, the Canadians are absolutely wobbling at 15 for 2.
Nicholas Curtin. So at number 4, new position for him. Started the series all the way down at number 6, but he's a left-handed option. What is a top order filled with right-handers, so very important his presence at the crease. Adept against spin, plays a reverse sweep quite often, plays the conventional sweep as well. And because it's a manageable 160 that they're chasing, he can afford to just consolidate for a few deliveries, get in.
Just a bit. That's true.
That would certainly be the order of the day. Again, you're not chasing 230 like you were chasing on Tuesday, so there certainly is the need to consolidate and not lose any more wickets. Really, at this stage of the innings, picking up 4 or 5 runs and over is perfectly fine as long as you have wickets in hand. But his first job here, Nicholas Curtin, is to deny the hat trick by Harmeet Singh.
Off the mark straight away, Curtin. It's good awareness by Monank Patel as well. Harmeet Singh before today had only bowled 1 over in the power play in this series. Been mainly used in the middle overs, sometimes even at the back end. But understanding the pitch, understanding that there is some more spin on offer, but also that Johnson has been quite tentative to left arm spin. Only got that wicket, you got Pargat Singh quickly after as well.
This is just brilliant bowling by Harmeet Singh. You might make the argument, Nikhil, that after Nush Kenjige bowled 1 over, conceded 5 runs, but 4 of those were leg buys. So maybe you'd want to go back to him for a second over. Brilliant change so far by captaincy, or the captaincy of Monank Patel. Everything that he's touched so far this early in the innings has come up trumps.
We haven't seen much spin ball from the other end, the northern end, because of the wind, but I'm wondering, given the surface, if he's thinking about having 2 spinners in operation together. Haven't seen it yet in the series from a USA perspective. Do have Jesse Singh, another seam option, who's also bowled in the power play at times. Van Schalvik.
Nice.
Very good over. 2 runs and 2 wickets. Exactly what the USA needed in this defense. 17 for 2.
Up. Steady.
Yeah, 17 for 2.
Right arm over.
Exactly the start they would have wanted, the USA. Now we asked the question about spin from that northern end. Monak Patel sticks with his blueprint, having pace from that end. In fact, a big reason why goes to Jasdeep Singh, who's been expensive in this series. Starts wide.
Jesse Singh, a good fast bowler, as you mentioned, just a touch expensive, but you never want to second guess the captain. I would have loved to see what the approach would be were he to bring on somebody like a Stephen Taylor from the forest end, the northern end of the ground.
Yes,
Reasoning, of course, is that, Nikhil, you mentioned the wind coming from the south, and it's picked up a little bit in the last few overs. So if it's coming from the south, hitting down the ground from this direction would certainly be something that you'd want to avoid. But Stephen Taylor, who usually bowls, when he bowls, opening the bowling sometimes, bowling inside the power play. So he does have the control to be able to have those types of deliveries. There you see a shot of him, and it would be really interesting to see whether or not at some point Monak Patel goes to his all-rounder.
Class, top class from Nicholas Curtin. He's having a great year in international cricket, first in one-day international cricket, now in the T20 format.
Good looking shot. Did not try to overhit this. Just really just high raised front arm. That is a beautiful looking shot. That belongs in any cricket field, any version of the game that you're playing. Elegantly stroked away to the offside for 4.
Yeah, just on that point, Brian, in terms of Stephen Taylor, I'm just thinking, planning for that T20 World Cup, I think they may have to try to develop his bowling a bit more. He hasn't got many opportunities. When he has, he's been very tidy, just the one over in this series. But I'm thinking about the teams like in India who will have Jaiswal at the top of the order, Rinku Singh maybe in the middle, Rishabh Pant. Teams will have 3 or 4 left-handers. And the USA have got so much left-arm spin. Is it worth developing an option that spins the ball the other way? They've got Usman Rafiq in the team, hasn't played yet. But Stephen Taylor, because of the fact that he opens the batting and can bowl 4 overs, I think he offers a unique balance. But I'm surprised we haven't seen him bowl much overs in the series because they're trying to develop and plan for that major tournament.
I would agree with you. Of course, there's also Milind Kumar who bowls off spin, right-hander. So having some options to be able to take the ball away from the left-handed batters that you mentioned is something that you certainly are going to want to sort of capitalize on as you prepare for the World Cup later here this summer. It's going to be interesting to see how they can continue doing exactly that.
And you understand as well that Canada have got only 1 left-hander in their top 6, so which is why we haven't really seen many off-spinners. But I'm thinking beyond this series, even if you've got 2 right-handers at the crease, just for the purpose of development, if you can maybe go to your off-spin at times, just trying to develop the Milind Kumar option is a good one because he's also got a carom ball which goes the other way from the right-hander. So I think definitely something that short law Monak Patel can look to enhance. player, Curtin. Likes to be innovative, scores a lot behind square, which is not something you see often. Good over though from Singh to start. Just the boundary since 3 dots.
Nicholas Curtin, I think a lot depends on him. Going back to the context of this match, if you get Curtin early, then you have all of the left-handed spinners who can bowl at the righties. That's why it's going to be so important for him to stay at the wicket, because we certainly affect the bowling options from that angle. End of the over, 24 for 2.
Let's go, boys. Stay here. That's all. We're done. Nick, bowling round. Come on.
So after 5, it's 24 for 2, Brian. Stephen Taylor has been given the ball. We'll come in here to bowl to Nicholas Curtin. We've seen the fall of a couple of wickets here. What started out just about 8 runs and over has gone up to 9.07. Taylor comes into the attack.
Lenny, it's almost as though Manan Patel is listening to us here in the commentary area. We just spent 5 minutes talking about how important it is to bring Stephen Taylor into the attack. He's now facing up to the left-handed Nicholas Curtin.
And you get the feeling, Brian, that while the Canadians have enjoyed a better day out in the park, we saw the last 3 of us going for 41 runs, so that was a little bit of betrayal from what has been steady bowling from Nikhil Dutta, Sabin Zafar. But they'll have to make sure they don't lag too much behind.
To that point, Lenny, at the end of over number 5, the Americans had 57 runs on the board. And yes, they slowed down tremendously in the middle overs, accelerated a little bit towards the back end, but they absolutely had the Canadians under pressure inside the power play. The Canadians are obviously around 30 runs behind that pace. It's going to be important for them to catch up.
So scampering for 1, well run in the end from Nicholas Curtin and Dilpreet Bajwa. And you look at Dilpreet, he has played a couple of big shots off the ever-tidy Netravalka, which seemed to suggest he has come out with some bit of freedom and confidence to play shots on even the best of the US bowlers. Into the offside, and that's another good-looking shot from Dilpreet Bajwa, just making the point.
He's also listening to us here in the commentary area, Lenny. I think you'll find that this one is a little bit too far outside the line of off. Stephen Taylor wanting this one to be a little bit closer. And Bajwa intentionally staying leg side, not trying to get in line, but wanting to use that leverage. Nobody in the deep, sweeping on the offside, cashes in.
Now he comes down the track into the onside. A little bit of risk in the shot, but he picks up another run. But the intent is there from Bajwa. Still requiring a 9 and over. Taylor has gone for 8 in this over.
Their actual run rate is a little bit behind where they want to be. 5.49 and over, and they need over 9, as you mentioned. And that 9 has increased from 8.5 at the beginning of the innings. So you know that there's some making up to do.
So playing a miss, 6 over comes to a close. It's 32 for 2. So welcome back, 32 for 2. Jesse Singh will continue.
Yes.
Brian, I need 128 to win from 84 balls, asking over 9 runs and over. Nicholas Curtin has just come to the middle. He's at the non-striker end. Dilpreet Bajwa continues to carry the fight to the Americans.
Dilpreet Bajwa, 18 from 15 with 3 boundaries. That's a great delivery from Jesse Singh. He grabs the top of his head. He knows that that was one of the more special deliveries that you'll see. Look where the keeper takes this one. Monank Patel diving to his left, which means that this comes in off of the seam. Absolutely unplayable delivery. This will give us a good look here. Look where Monank Patel is, the keeper, standing up behind, and watch the angle on this delivery, seaming in absolutely unplayable ball. That is great work by Jesse Singh to start first delivery out of the power play.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Dilpreet Bajwa over extra cover, and that's a commanding shot from the right hand. A lovely shot for 4.
Oh my goodness, what a comeback delivery. Gave him the width, a little bit too far outside the line of off. And I think Stephen Taylor there in your shot is walking over to tell Jesse Singh to get that ball a little bit closer toward the off stump, because Bajwa, even though he was defeated the previous delivery, absolutely cashes in on this one, throwing the bat at it, and nobody out there deep extra cover. Yet another boundary to Dilpreet Bajwa.
That's what Dilpreet has really done in his innings so far of 22. Brian, he's always picked up the odd boundary here and there. Not afraid to carry the fight to what has been a very disciplined bowling attack in this series from the US boys.
Disciplined bowling attack, and we mentioned it, a very varied bowling attack. A lot of left-handers. You have a left-arm pace of Saurabh Netravalkar, the left-arm spinners Nisarg Patel, Nush Kenjige, and Harmeet Singh, and somebody who I suspect you might not see bowl today, but is a former international fast bowler himself, Corey Anderson, another left-hander. So several different options for you as a bowler.
Into the offside, which should have been a single. He'll come back for a couple of runs. Good alert. And Bajwa picks up a couple of runs. A bit of misfield here from Corey Anderson, who's picked up his second T20 international cap, 1 for New Zealand, and today 1 for America.
My goodness. We were talking earlier, Nikhil and I, about the number of players who've done exactly that. Think of Xavier Marshall, somebody who you and I both know very well.
Hayden Walsh.
Hayden Walsh, we also know very well.
Rusty Tehran.
You're calling all the names now.
Played into the onside.
Nice, Bobby.
Equation
Well done,
comes
Bobby.
down to 121 to win from 79 balls. Both nations, Canada and the US, preparing for the big marquee event of the ICC. That's the World Cup being held in the West Indies and the US. While, of course, a lot is at stake here, Brian, a chance for both teams to up or to probably lower their rankings at the T20 international level. We saw that the US came into this tournament ranked number 23. Canada is 20. But you get the feeling a win in this series will probably change that ranking slightly. Singh to Curtin. Curtin pushes up towards the offside, completes the 7th over. And after 7, Canada, in replying to the US, they're batting a 40 for 2.
Get there, Jesse, get there.
So 7 gone, 40 for 2. 120 needed from 78 balls, still asking 9 or over 9 and over. Stephen Taylor, first over, went for 8. He comes back into the attack.
Bowling in!
Ball into the onside, Brian. A couple of wickets, that of Aaron Johnson and that of Pargat Singh. you feel that the US still has some bit of control on this game?
Canada, as of the end of 7, was 25 runs behind the pace set by the Americans. And again, I keep making the point, the Americans were sort of stymied with really good spin bowling by the Canadians, so they did well in the middle overs. But they're definitely behind the pace.
Brian, you look at the US fielding team, they've really outclassed the Canadian in the couple of completed matches that we saw earlier in the week. And in addition to their bowling, the Canadians will have to contend with some very sharp fielding and very good catches from the US team.
Well, when you have 33-year-old Corey Anderson diving around in the outfield like you just saw, that absolutely sets the tone. And I can probably estimate, maybe Usman Rafiq, I think, might be older, but Corey Anderson, of all the players on the field right now, easily the oldest. That's definitely setting the tone.
It's a lovely shot from Dilpreet Bajwa, but look at that. I was talking about the fielding. And it makes a big difference in T20 cricket when you can stop the ones and the twos. They really add up at the end.
They absolutely add up, and that's one of the best things that you can do to support a bowler, is to throw yourself around in the field. That fires him up, that fires the entire team up, and it does definitely help to build pressure on the batters, where they're not able to score as easily because you know that the fielders are throwing themselves around and looking to cut off all of the extra runs. That really does help you out.
So Curtin goes up to 12. We've seen one boundary from him. This partnership have gone up to 30 runs, but not frightening at all. It has taken some time to build. 27 balls, still the US controlling things. Still 115 needed from 73 balls, asking over 9 runs and over, maybe close to 9.5 runs and over. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot from Dilpreet Bajwa, but even better fielding from the US. What looked like a 4 ends up to be just a dot ball. Great fielding from the US team.
Oh, that is Nisarg Patel, who saves 4 runs for his side. Look at this. Really well struck going down the leg side. He swept that right off of the stumps, actually. You might want to look at that again, Dilpreet Bajwa. But good piece of a diving attempt in the field. In fact, a diving stop by Nisarg Patel to keep the Canadians at 45 for 2 after 8.
No, Josh!
So Harmeet Singh comes into the attack. Couple of wickets in his first over. Brian was one time on a hat trick, got a wicket of Aaron Johnson, and then Pargat Singh came and quickly went.
Well, Pargat Singh scored as many runs as you and I did, Lenny. Harmeet Singh, really intelligent bowler. We've seen him so many times over the years. This has played into the outfield for single. You remember he was the #1 draft pick in the Major League draft ticket that took place in Clear Lake, Texas, about an hour away from where we are right now. And just tremendous controlled left arm orthodox bowling. He has variety. Then you saw what he did earlier with the bat, really able to impact the game in a number of different ways. And speaking of left arm bowlers, you now see Nisarg Patel warming up, so he'll probably join the party starting in the next over.
Oh, that's a lovely sweep shot from Dilpreet Bajwa. He continues to bat well and carry the fight to the United States. Over the square leg area, that has gone for 4. The 50 comes up here for Canada, and it comes off a ball from Harmeet Singh heading down the leg side.
Yeah, look at this delivery from around the wicket. That angle has a slanting down, and tell you what, that's actually not a bad ball. That ball was actually on a 4th stump line. So credit to Dilpreet Bajwa for actually going out. In other words, taking that ball from outside the line of off and dragging it down to backward square for 4.
It's a big appeal. Umpire Jermaine Lindo is not convinced. And a chance for Kenjige to have a shy at the stumps. We'll take a look at that.
Look at this replay. Harmeet Singh has never met an LBW shout that he didn't like, but for me, that one is drifting down leg, Lenny. I think umpire Jermaine Linder with the right decision there. And then a shy at the stumps at the non-strikers and made things interesting, but Dilpreet Bajwa does get there in the end.
Nicely,
So we've seen an over
finish well here, buddy.
that has gone for 6 from Harmeet Singh. His first over, he's picked up a couple of wickets. Still a tall asking here. 9.7 is the ask.
Yeah.
Curtin will pick up 1. The 9th over will come to a close. And after 9, it's 52 for 2.
Lefty in, guys. Infield. Saurabh. हाँ? एक ले ले मार से वो आने ले ले
30 seconds.
हाँ ले ले जैसे तू आजा हैरी यहाँ bowling left arm round.
So Nisarth Patel comes into the attack. He replaces Stephen Taylor. 2 overs, no made, none for 13. Brian, more left arm spin.
Break after this.
More left arm spin, and the tight bowling continues as the Canadians continue to fall behind. At the end of over number 9, the Americans had 74 runs. Canadians some 22 runs behind that pace.
And Brian, we've seen in the couple of games already, the Canadians would have had to be prepared. Some left arm finger spin, Kenjige in the side, Harmeet Singh, and now Nisarth Patel. And we saw in the first game, Gajanan played, but then US opted to go for one more spinner into the side. Nisarth is the man. And actually, Nisarth Patel has a very good international T20 record. Run rate has gone over 10 and over, 107 from 64. Pressure on Canada again in this series.
Nicely.
Well, we've seen some very good shots from Dilpreet Bajwa. He's batted extremely well for 33. Nicholas Curtin is out in the middle along with him. That partnership of 39 was still a long way to go.
Definitely a long way to go. And again, you mentioned the required rate is now up above 10. And it makes such a difference to the Canadian lineup, Lenny. That half shout, left arm around the wicket, I don't think much was going for that appeal, but it makes such a difference to the Canadians' approach when they get Aaron Johnson early. Quick look at this replay again. From around the wicket, certainly pitching well outside the line of leg stumps, and nothing going for that shout. But the Canadians continuing to fall behind here, running out of time.
So over the zone, he gone for a couple of runs off Nisarth Patel. He's really bowled well in this over.
AJ.
That run rate that was asked from the start, just about 8 runs and over, has gone up to 10.4. Simply mean that these numbers are favoring the US for the time being. Big shot here from Nicholas Curtin. He picked it up well and takes him out of the park.
That is a huge strike from Curtin. They need a whole lot more of those. We're at the halfway stage of the innings. We'll take a look to see what happens from here. Look at Nisarth Patel getting this one maybe just a touch too much in the slot from around the wicket. You're not worried about LBW there. And so he's able to play right through the line. That is the end of over number 10. Score is 60 for 2.
YG on strike. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, exactly 100 runs needed for Canada in these next 10 overs. Wales, it won't be easy on this surface. The key thing is that they've got 8 wickets in hand. We did see Harsh Thakur with some power in that last game, got 34 from 17. Sad bin Zafar, the captain, has already displayed his ability with bat in hand in that first T20 international. So batting to come. You know, Dylan Helliger strikes at 170 in T20 international cricket. It's been a good outing for Bajwa. First time at the top of the order in T20 international cricket. Time for Nosh Kenjige.
Yeah, we've seen a very good knock from Dilpreet.
Very fortunate to get something on it because it was a far way down. Had he missed it, would have been an easy stumping.
Yeah, he's played a good hand so far, Nikhil. One of the things with Bajwa, every other over, or pretty much every over, he's really picked up a boundary. He's carried the fight to the bowlers. Would have started very confident against Netravalka. Not an easy bowler, Saurabh Netravalka, to dispatch, and Bajwa came out with a very confidence approach.
I'm quite curious to see how Nicholas Curtin now plays this. He's well set. Saw that 6 at the end of the last over against Nisar Patel. Left arm spin, a lot of it to bowl to him. He's very good with those reverse sweeps. So when does he decide it's time for him to go? Harmeet Singh has got 2 overs. Nisar Patel has only bowled 1.
Looking good here, fellas. Keep walking, lads.
Into his second.
This partnership has gone up to 47 or 43 balls, so they'll need to pick things up slightly.
Surprised, Lenny, that they've gone away from Stephen Taylor. 2 overs for 13.
Not at all. I think Kenjige is the type of bowler, very attacking, looking for probably a wicket to fall here.
His pace has been very slow, Kenjige, like we saw in that first T20 international, where the wicket did assist him.
What we have seen in T20 cricket, Nikhil, the ability to move the bowlers around. Harmeet Singh picked up a couple of wickets and was not given the ball the previous over, or at least on his bowling end.
Jones, one. Come back.
Does well, does very well, Aaron Jones, on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Those overs are going to win the USA this game if they can continue. Just 4 from 5 correction from the over. Again, hiding it very wide to the left-hander.
Yeah, the US feeling has always been on top this entire series, and every man is a hustler on this team. 11 gone, 65 for 2.
Yeah. Heady. Shot. Touch. Serve, third man. Short third, no. Sweet.
Yeah, will be Stephen Taylor back into the attack. So off spin with the presence of Nicholas Curtin. Sweeps well. Sweeps very well to beat that, field that deep backward square. Aaron Jones it was. This is some knock from Bajwa.
He continues to bat well. Came in place of the usual Daliwal and Wijaratne, and he's really played well. He's carried the fight to the Americans. And another good looking shot that goes for 4.
Looks to be an exciting prospect. Dilpreet Bajwa, quick single, gets there. Just 7 runs in 2 games before today for the 23-year-old, but this has been a resilient knock, 40 from 32, and yes, not the quickest, but on this surface, given the situation, knowing exactly what they chase, it's given them a real chance.
Nikhil, he may have come into the side because of strong performance during the course of the days leading up to this series. A couple of excellent knocks from him against Dallas Mustang, and then of course the Canadian B team.
Getting overs quickly here, the USA. Lots of spin. 5th over of spin consecutively, so something that we haven't seen a lot from them this series is bowling spin in tandem, bowling from both ends.
Nice.
This surface has been so conducive to the slower bowlers. I'm sure we'll see Netravalka back into the attack at some time with those cutters. Interesting as well, we haven't seen Shadi van Schelvik, who also takes pace off the ball. Look at that. It tells you about this surface, not easy. Beats everyone and everything, but valuable runs for Canada.
Yeah, at some point, the Canadians will need a couple of big overs here. With the asking rate, 10.5 runs and over, that will climb to 11. Doesn't matter how they come. Ball that's straightened up, continued leg stump, and Monang Patel, who's had a very good series with the glove, couldn't hold on. Doesn't matter how they come, 4 byes.
End of the over. Partnership continues. End of 12, 74 for 2.
End of 12 overs and 3 minutes plus 3.
Yeah.
Skip. Overhead going well. Going.
Ready?
Spin continuing, Oshken Jige. Aerial. Doesn't carry to the man though. Skalvik on that boundary. And something Sad Bin Zafar and the Canada think tank has been quite expressive about is wanting to have wickets in hand going into the last 5 to 7 overs. They've got that now. Sad Bin Zafar in the back row there. They got 53 in the last 5, chasing 230 a couple of days ago. How many do they think on this surface they can get in those last 5 overs? Can they build towards that, whether it's 55, 60 maybe? They'll need to get 8 or 9 off these next couple of overs, building towards the last 5. Seen a lot of these today, but that might be the best of the lot. Reverse sweep all the way for 6. Talk about innovation.
Yeah, this takes Dilpreet Bajwa close to a half century. And he continues to carry this fight to this US team. Switch hit down the leg side, and that has gone for a maximum. So we've seen 8 in just a couple of balls from the usually reliable Kenjige. He's gone for 8 in 2 balls.
Such a good shot that on a pitch that is spinning. It's a good option. We've seen both Curtin and Bajwa use the reverse sweep. So hard to set a field to a batter who's playing that stroke. One away from a half century now.
Yes, Nikhil, you're right on that. And sometimes you look at these shots and say it's a lot of risk, and you look at them with some bit of scorn. But in these days of T20 cricket, players practice on these shots when they go through their routine.
Get 2. I'm interested as well, Lenny, just knowing the history of this series. When do they go to Shadi van Schelvik? He got Nicholas Curtin out in that last game, going to the wide plan. Different situation. Curtin was attacking, needed to go at 15 and over. But I just wondered, knowing his variations, he's got 3 different types of slower deliveries. When can he be an option on this surface? Monang Patel hasn't gone to him as yet.
Look at Stephen Taylor, he's bowled 3, I think 1 more than probably they would have wanted from him. We saw Nisarj Patel not probably expected to bowl a 4 over spell. He's come in with 1. But at some point, Nikhil, this is just about the end of the 13th over. Pretty much any time now with 74 to win for 43 balls, asking 10.3 and over. Still time for him to come.
That will be 50. A very valuable first international 50 for Dilpreet Bajwa. Just 23 years old. You're massive in this situation. It's coming at a good time as well. Just 36 deliveries on a tough surface to bat on. Time will tell how valuable it is in this run chase, but a lot for the youngster to build on.
Yes, 6 4s and 1 6. Well played, Dilpreet Bajwa. he came in place of Dhaliwal, and he's really played a good hand. 87 for 2 at the end of 13.
Yeah, they're well set here, Canada. They're well set in this run chase. There's the reverse sweep again. Yeah, 73 off the last 6 with 8 wickets in hand. If you're a chasing team, you take that. You have the one side of the ground being assisted by the wind. It's where Bajwa is trying to access now. Pulls out the conventional sweep. But these two in this partnership, more than capable with the power to come to get these runs. It would be a big win for the confidence.
So 72 to win from 40 balls. We've seen a tidy over so far from Stephen Taylor. He's only given up 1.
Yeah, I want to give Nicholas Curtin some credit as well, because we've seen the power game. We've seen 21 from 9 in the last innings played in this series, but understanding the importance of wickets in hand on a tough surface, tough to come in and start, especially the fact that Bajwa has gone so well. He's just supported him. 28 from 32 is not ideal in T20 cricket, but in the situation and the partnership, valuable. Got some bad on that, but never easy for the keeper.
And Nikhil, this is a game Canada needs to really win to stay alive in the series. The US cannot lose this series with already a couple of wins in the bag. But just to keep a chance for them to level this series, they'll have to win today.
Goes straight up. Should be and is. The partnership is broken. And Curtin will be disappointed. It's been slow going for him today, but looking to accelerate. Has to depart.
Needing 11 and over. Forced to come up with a big shot. Playing against the spin of the off-spinner Stephen Taylor. And that big partnership of 75 comes to an end. Still 70 needed from 37 balls. Forced to really go big. Stephen Taylor, who has had a very good bowling outing today. The catching from the US has always been good in this series. And that 75-run partnership comes to an end, 90 for 3.
Very safe and smart bowling from Stephen Taylor. Straight line, forcing Curtin to hit into the wind and against the spin. In the end, the off spinner wins the battle. Now, Harsh Thakur comes to the middle. Feels like the perfect situation for someone like him. What a year he's had in one-day international cricket. Consecutive hundreds against Scotland and the UAE, but he's a crisis man. Been able to come in the middle order and save them a lot of times. Showed his dynamic ability in the last game where he got 34 from 17. Similar situation and intensity required. Off the mark straight away. Wicket in the over, crucially for the USA. They'll get 2. Good running in the end. So 5 from the over, 92 for 3.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Keep working, lads. Keep working, boys.
Yeah, if you're now joining us, the USA took the first 2 games of this series. The third one was affected by inclement weather. Canada have got an excellent opportunity to win their first game and first T20 International of 2024. They'll play obviously at the T20 World Cup. Play this USA team. They'll play Ireland, Pakistan and India in Group A. Harmeet Singh back into the attack.
So 2 for 9 off a couple of overs from Harmeet Singh. We come down 68 to win from 36 balls.
Something to think about as well towards that T20 World Cup. Psychological advantage, and it can play a part. If the USA are able to win every game in this series, when they come to that first game at the Grand Prairie Stadium in Dallas, they will have a significant mental advantage. Gone! Harmeet Singh picked up 2 earlier, but now he's got the crucial wicket of Bajwa. Canada have lost 2 in quick time.
Yeah, full on the stumps. Just outside off. And the big wicket of Dilpreet Bajwa is gone. 92 for 4, still 68 to win from 34 balls. And Harmeet Singh has picked up 3 for 9. Very impressive bowling spell from him.
Yeah, absolutely massive, and I think he may have seen him coming. Harmeet Singh. He went for the fuller Yorker. In the end, Bajwa yorked himself. Be disappointed trying to go through extra cover. After just losing Nicholas Curtin, be disappointed to go. Now you've got 2 brand new batters at the crease. Big strikes in this game.
Yeah, Harmeet Singh has been brilliant so far. Picked up the big wicket of Aaron Johnson, got a wicket of Dilpreet Bajwa now. And got one that Parkat Singh just ran down the track. It's really been impressive, Harmeet Singh, debut series for him. And it comes down to 68 to win from 34 balls. Once again, the Americans have taken control of another match in this series.
Shreyas Mova comes to the middle. Return to the team, to T20 international team. For him, first game in 2 years in this format. He's got a huge task at hand. Big opportunity though.
Thank you.
So asking 12 and over, Harmeet Singh has really bowled well. We saw in the first game, Ken Jige picked up 3. Now another finger spinner, left arm finger spinner has picked up another 3 wickets haul.
Came a long way across and given straight away. Was always going to be in trouble. Harmeet Singh has got 4.
Yeah, a couple of big strikes, double strikes for Harmeet Singh. He takes them in pairs. And he has done the second time in this innings. We saw earlier on he was on a hat-trick, and again he finds himself on chance of getting 3 wickets in a row. 92 for 5. And the Canadians are reeling here with still 68 runs to win. Take a look at this one. Yeah, falling straight on the pads. And Jeremy Lindo has no hesitation. And another Canadian wicket falls as Saad bin Zafar walks to the middle.
Yeah, out comes the captain. His team all of a sudden in real trouble. They've lost 3 wickets now in the span of just 9 deliveries. At one stage you would have thought 10 and over with 8 wickets in hand was very gettable. Now it makes the challenge even more complex. Captain is more than capable though, and he's a left-handed presence, so the ball will be spinning into him.
Center arm. Center.
Nikhil, we saw in the first game, Saad bin Zafar got among the runs, got 20 plus. They've gotten 29 on that occasion. They'll need an innings looking like those numbers. And one would never forget the fact they gave up 41 in the last 3 overs. That has come back to make such a big difference in this game. A game that if the US win, they'll go 3 up in the series, with final game tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Mark straight away as the captain, but don't underestimate the significance of that psychological battle. These 2 teams will meet in a big game. Both these teams, if they want to make the Super 8s, have got to win that game, because you play Ireland and then of course India and Pakistan. So you have to beat Canada if you're the US, as well as Ireland, and hope to beat one of India or Pakistan, vice versa for the Canadians. There'll be a lot riding on that first match of the T20 World Cup. But for now, USA on top. End of 15-5 to go, 94 for 5.
Here we go.
So welcome back, Brian Walters. 66 to win from 30 balls.
Let's see.
And it looks like the US will go 3-0 in this series.
Then the equation has changed since I left. The USA spinners have taken control of this game. Harmeet Singh doing what Harmeet Singh does. And looking to continue the pressure here is Nisarg Patel. His figure so far, 1 over, only cost him 8 runs, which might sound expensive, but when you're chasing 13 and over, Lenny, you'll take an over where they're only scoring 8 runs. Starts right here with a dot.
And the fact is, Brian, 2 relatively new batters out in the middle. The captain, Saad bin Zafar and Harsh Takar. Brian, I made the point, having played this team 2 matches already and lost to the US. The Canadians have had a lot of time to really come up with plans to bat these finger spinners. We've seen 3 of them already.
Definitely seen 3 of the finger spinners, the left-handed finger spinners. The plan would probably have to be Nicholas Curtin batting all the way through, and that obviously didn't work this time.
Big shot here from Saad bin Zafar. Exactly what Canada needs at this point. And that has gone a long way. It's gone for 6.
Clean strike. When I mentioned Nicholas Curtin batting all the way through, that's because he's a left-hander and he'd handle the left-arm spinners better. But here you see not Nicholas Curtin, but Saad bin Zafar, who's also a left-hander. Huge strike straight down the ground. Absolutely brilliant-looking shot. He'll take that. He'll need several more of them because you still need another 59 runs in the next 27 balls. Needing to go 13 and over. Long way to go, but this is how you start.
Brian, we spoke about, as a wide is bowled here by Nisarg Patel, we spoke about how important that 41 runs at the end has come back to play a part in the result of this game.
Quicker delivery there was well bowled. I mentioned earlier about how far Canada had fallen behind, but remember how well their spinners bowled. So they've closed the gap a lot, and I'll go over that after this over.
So we want for a couple of runs here. Good running from Saad bin Zafar and Harsh Takar. They need every single run. And I tell you what, they need a couple of boundaries.
They do, needing to go at 13 and over. And to your point, Lenny, 41 in the last 3. That's what created the distance between the Americans and the Canadians. Because as of right now, at this spot, the Americans were 112. Canada's now 104. So we're going down the leg side, though. So that's not going to help the case any.
So this over's gone for 11. They need a couple more runs from the asking rate and what is required, almost 40 runs and over. Driven into the offside, can't score. 16 done. It's 105 for 5. 55 needed from 24.
One nugget. यहाँ से आप पेसर पे लिया वहाँ जाना पड़ेगा खरी.
So we come down to the last 24 balls, 55 needed. Shadley Van Skalkwyk has been given the ball. Brian, he comes in here with 105 for 5 on the board.
Right arm over.
Shadley Van Skalkwyk has not yet bowled today. Saw him bowl very early in the piece on Tuesday, but Shadley Van Skalkwyk bowled very, very well at the back end of innings. He's notorious for, in baseball terms, he would be your closer. And he is really a really accurate bowler, changes pace well, uses the pitch, delivers the quicker one, really a handful for this section of the innings. And this is a thick inside edge, not a deep fine leg, but that's more what you want to see from Shadley Van Skalkwyk. You absolutely accept singles at this stage of the innings.
So 54 needed from 23 balls, and the US continues to have strong control of all the games in this series so far. Asking over 40 runs and over. We saw very good partnership from Dilpreet Bajwa and Nicholas Curtin. in the air from Saad bin Zafar. Someone is settling under it. It's the bowler. He puts it down. And one of the rare opportunities we've seen of a drop catch from the US.
Ooh, that was difficult. And any bowler will want to take his own catches. You have no one else to blame but yourself. But look at Shadley Van Skalkvik here. You might not see it because the camera is tracking the ball, but his hand was shielding his face, which means the sun was directly in his eyes.
The ball tucked away down the leg side from Harsh Thakkar. And he picks up an important boundary here for Canada. They still need 49.
Yeah, insult to injury that time. Absolutely, just seeing that one clipped, looking to go down the ground. Thick inside edge and the ball trickles down to deep fine leg for 4. But going back to the drop catch, it was in the air for a really long time. And you saw Shadley Van Skalkvik take his hand and put it over his face, meaning that he was trying to block the sun from sort of interfering with his vision. My sense is that that's why he dropped that catch.
So not timed well here from Harsh Thakkar. They'll settle for one, Brian, and it was probably he needed an eclipse to help him get some shield from the sun.
Elegantly flicked through the leg side for 4, Mr. Chaibar.
So 112 for 5, 48 needed from 20 balls. The pressure in this series has gone on Canada again. Sliced into the offside. Netravalka gives chase. And the boundary has prevented a couple of runs here. 46 to win.
Certainly, Shadley Van Skalkvik creating chances. Could have had 2 wickets. Should have had at least 1. No one to blame but himself for the drop. But again, I think that's more up to because of the sun than anything else. This top edge sailing over Saad Netravalka, short third. But absolutely finding chances here.
So ball pulled towards backward square. Jesse Singh comes around. The difference of these two sides has not only been between batting and bowling, but their fielding has really been sharp.
Absolutely.
17 gone. It's 115 for 5, Brian.
Guys, let me go now, please.
Let's go.
So we come down to the last 18 balls, Brian. Harmeet Singh.
Let's go, Harsh.
Impressive bowling figures, 4 for 11. How good he's been today.
Oh my goodness, a stroke of genius by Manak Patel to bring Harmeet Singh on when he did. I made the point earlier. Second over was bowled by Nush Kenjige. Conceded 5 runs, but 4 of those were leg byes. So only 1 run off the bat. Naturally, you would think the captain would give him the ball to bowl another over, Nush Kenjige. But in a stroke of genius, he handed the ball to Harmeet Singh. He immediately struck with 2 wickets in that first over. We saw 2 wickets also in his last over that he bowled. And absolutely pulling things back here. Canadians are in trouble.
Struck into the straight down the ground, into the onside, and that has gone away for 4. So good start to the 18th over. And that's a very good shot from the captain, Saad bin Zafar.
Yeah, going straight down the ground. I talked about Nush Kenjige earlier. That's who was patrolling the boundaries down at Long On. This is very straight, very sweetly struck by Saad bin Zafar. In between Nush Kenjige and it looks like Milind Kumar at long off. So now that changes the equation just a little bit. You still need 15 or 14 and a half and over from here, but that's how you start off the inning or the over rather with the boundary.
Looking for a couple of runs. Ken Chige, they know him pretty well. Not gonna take too many chances on Ken Chige out in the outfield.
Kenjige is a brilliant fielder, regardless of where on the field he is. And in the early stages of the innings, you can usually find him patrolling backward point. That's usually where you want your best fielders to be. And then here at the back end, one of the safest pair of hands anywhere on the field.
Also, they're using Milian Kumar, who has really fielded well. Saw him at the majors. Has been one of the top outfielder for this US team. Both players have been posted along on, along off.
Now Canada is up against it. Started with a boundary, but 2 singles. They'll need more than that.
Struck into the onside. Fielder comes around, only a single, and now they need 38 from 14 balls. And the Americans have taken control of another game in this series, winning the first game by some 6 wickets, winning the second game by 31 runs. The way things are going here, Brian, with still 38 to win from 14 balls. The pressure is on Canada.
No question that the pressure is on Canada. The economical bowling continues. Harmeet Singh, 1 delivery remaining in his spell, 4 for 18. Brilliant. If the U.S. goes on to win from here, as you expect that they would, to me, that's your man of the match.
And he got some prize wicket also. Aaron Johnson leg before. Picked up the wicket of Pargat Singh, Dilpreet Bajwa. And not only the quantity Harmeet has brought to the table, but some quality ones. 18 gone. It's 122 for 5. They need 38 from 12 balls.
Lenny, looking at where you are right now. This, by the way, brilliant shots. Great camera work, has to be said. SC Tech and Productions really putting on a really good show here. Thank you for those of us who are joining us to see this Canada versus USA T20 bilateral series. Not always the fact that this happens, but it often happens, that the 19th over is bowled by your best bowler for the circumstances. So it's not surprising to me that the person who I think is one of the better bowlers in the side and somebody who has had good success so far, Jesse Singh, 2 overs, none for 15, but you give him the responsibility of bowling this over because you're thinking that he can restrict Canada to less than about 10 or so runs in this over.
Lofted into the onside. Aaron Jones will come around, and so a good start to this over from Jesse Singh. And Canada now needs 37 from 11 balls. So a fine bowling performance from Harmeet Singh, 4 for 18. And it all comes down to 11 balls remaining here for the US to win another T20 international game against Canada.
Canadians had a much better day with the ball today, but the batting, as you've seen before, if they get Aaron Johnson early, then the rest of the Canadian batting lineup is falling short.
So not timed well, very tame dismissal into the hands of Netravalka, a short cover. Might have been Harmeet Singh actually, and another wicket falls. Takar has to go, it's 123 for 6.
Harmeet Singh, 4 wickets and a catch and runs when he batted. I think he scored around 34 runs, easily cementing his place for me as player of the match. Here we see Jesse Singh with a good delivery, going for the drive that was never there, Harsh Thakur, and the simplest of chances to Harmeet Singh. Here we see again on the replay. Look at this, looking for the big drive, ball hitting up high on the bat and only slicing it. A pretty simple catch. Harmeet Singh has no worries whatsoever to take that catch. Wicket number 6 goes down for the Canadians. The US continues a stranglehold on this match. Canada is now 123 for 6.
So Dylan Helliger comes to the middle, Brian. A bit surprised that Helliger has come at this juncture of the game with 10 balls remaining, 37 to win.
10 balls, 37 runs. Is it possible? Absolutely. Is it likely? With the bowling that we've seen from the Americans, I would think that it would be very, very difficult. It's a pretty tall order. Here we go.
So not a forced, mistimed shot. Hands a strike over to Saad bin Zafar, 36 to win from 9 balls. And the Americans are enjoying a very good series here, Brian. Couple of wins already, and this one looks like it's another one in the bag. With the final one coming up tomorrow at 10 o'clock local time.
I think it's a benefit to the Americans that even though the top order wobbled and then the middle order sort of scratched around for a while, but they've still found how strong their bowling attack is. I think they have a strong hold in this game.
And it's always tough on the captain at the post-game interview, Brian. Like a broken record, having to 3 times in the series to highlight to the interviewer what went wrong and where there's room for improvement.
One game remaining in the series, I don't know that I would not choose, if I won the toss tomorrow, if I were Saad bin Zafar, to bat first. Try to change the conversation to see if you could try to win in a different manner.
Into the onside, looks like it has enough to carry over the head of Stephen Taylor, and that has gone for a 6 off the bat of Saad bin Zafar.
Saad bin Zafar throwing the bat at the ball. You absolutely need to do that at this stage, and a genuine top edge, but it kept carrying and carrying. Look at this, there's a swing and it goes up in the air. Not much wind as of right now, so that ball would not have been pushed back by the southern wind. It carries all the way for 6. 6 welcome runs for the Canadians. They need plenty more.
So 30 runs are remaining. How much do you leave for the last over? Into the offside. Saad bin Zafar, the captain, will retain strike when play resumes. But for the time being, they need 28 to level the scores, 29 to win this one. 131 for 6.
JC, like that angle, just on the ring. Aaron! Shit. Yep. Son of can go something. Now get Jace. Jace, could you do?
Shadley Van Skalkvik,
You're
ball
right.
in hand. The switches ends, bowled his 1 over so far. Conceded 10 runs, bowled that over from the forest end, the northern end of the ground. Now he will be running in from the highway end, the southern end of the ground. That's important because if there is any wind, it will be, players will be hitting into the wind. But I don't think you're thinking about wind, no wind. As of right now, the Canadians just need to see ball, hit ball. Need 28 runs to tie, as you mentioned, 29 to win. Shadley Van Skalkvik looking to pull them back.
Wide ball.
So he starts with a wide, 28 to win this match. Brian, over time, USA and Canada has played the 2 tied games before. One at Mersville, one also in Antigua. Can they get to 27, the Canadians, and really force this into a super over? Looking for a couple of runs. In fact, they're settled for 1.
Nothing you can do better than that. In this situation, if you land the ball right on the popping crease, it is literally landing on the popping crease. You cannot do better than that. You might hear the stump cam picking up, well ball Shadow. Shadow, of course, being the nickname for Shadley Van Skalkvik. And you cannot score off of those types of deliveries. The only thing that prevents you from winning this game from here is if Shadow misses his length and his line, but I don't think, based on his current action, that's likely. Interestingly now, he's going around the wicket to the right-handed Dylan Hilliger, trying to keep it out of his hitting zone.
So ball tugged into the onside. Trafalgar gets in the way, and it comes down to 4 balls remaining, 26 to win. Heliga off strike. The captain Saad bin Zafar, he's on 28. It's 134 for 6, Brian.
That's great bowling. You see there on the replay, he went around the wicket, slanting the ball completely across Dylan Hilliger. That's one of the best ways of being able to neutralize a big hitter at the back end of the innings.
Earlier on, we saw good knocks from Stephen Taylor and Harmeet Singh. And Harmeet Singh not only has picked up 4 wickets, Brian, he got 30 plus when he batted. We saw a good, excellent comeback to international cricket from Corey Anderson.
Coming round again.
I mentioned the bowling at the depth. These balls, Lenny, are pitching on the popping crease. There is nothing that you can do with those balls, absolutely nothing you can do with them. And it's just no matter of formality as to what the final margin is going to be.
Good slice from this one from Heliga, running up towards the backward point boundary. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. Certainly not a boundary, and so good bowling here from Shadley Van Skalkwyk. He's only given up 6. And they need 23 in a couple of balls.
Well, he changed the plan this time, didn't go for the Yorker, just tried to get that good length delivery outside off. Sliced away by Dylan Hilliger. But again, doesn't really matter at this stage. You've done the hard part. It's just a matter of keeping your front foot behind that line for these next 2 deliveries.
Over the keeper's head, it doesn't matter how they come at times. And that has gone towards 3rd for another boundary. 19 runs needed from the final ball.
Well, maybe you can do a gentleman's bet and say, if you hit this one to Highway 290, you will get 19 runs for it. It would be about a 200-yard strike, Lenny. But short of that, that is the only thing that's going to prevent the Americans from winning this game.
So final ball coming up, Heliga on strike. Here is Shadley Van Skalkwyk over the 3rd area, and that has gone away for 4. It ends the match.
Thank you, sir.
And the US win by 14 runs. Another impressive display from the United States.
Thank you. Great bowling, eh?
Absolutely impressive. Once again, this one sliced away, almost an instant replay of the previous delivery. Gets 4 in exactly the same spot, but it does not matter. They fall short. Canada losing this one by the distance of 14 runs. Great bowling by the Americans. Absolutely brilliant bowling. We'll go through the scorecard as soon as it's available, but I think you'll see where Canada potentially could have challenged in this game. Runs there, most of them coming from Dilpreet Bajwa, 52 from 41. Nicholas Curtin batted well, 28 from 33. And then Saad bin Zafar at the end with a flourish, 29 from 18. But my goodness, they just did not have the strength or the fortitude to carry or to offset the brilliant, brilliant bowling attack from the United States.
So the bowling, we've seen the pick of the bowlers, of course, 4 for 80 for Harmeet Singh. And the fact is, what was so special about Harmeet Singh? Twice he was on a hat trick. He made a big difference. And those 4 wickets were certainly not spread out, but they came in clusters. His wicket came in clusters. And in the end, sank the Canadian ship once again in this series. And the US goes 3 up.
Here you see on that bottom line, 15-15 and 92-92. Those are what you saw from Harmeet Singh. There you see the Manhattan and the dark blue lines of the Americans, the light blue lines of the Canadians. Unfortunately for them, just not able to do enough. And again, losing wickets in clusters, courtesy of really good bowling, and then Harmeet Singh applying the strikes. Canada going down in a heap. U.S. gets victory by 14 runs, and that is the end of the match. Really excellent series ongoing. Worm tells the story there that dark blue worm stays above the light blue worm for the entirety of the innings.
Yes, Brian, no altitude at all, or certainly not the kind of altitude that they wanted to come into this 40-20 international, and so the U.S. is taking a 3-0 lead in this series. And Brian, nothing is a dead rubber game these days because the way the ICC have structured things, and so every match counts.
Absolutely. So there's your summary. Stephen Taylor, 39. Harmeet Singh, 34. There's that man's number again. Corey Anderson chipping in 28 to steady the ship. The bowlers for the Canadians, Dylan Haliger and Harsh Thakur with 2 each. And then when the Canadians batted, once again, Bajwa doing well, Said Bin Zafar contributing towards the back end. But Harmeet Singh, 4 overs, 4 for 18, applies the pressure, and the Canadians wilt under that pressure. Victory here for the Americans at the Prairie View Cricket Complex.
And Brian, while we get ready to go towards Nikhil Uttamchandani with the post-match presentation ceremony, final game tomorrow, bowls off at 10 o'clock Texas time. You can make that adjustment wherever you're watching from, which part of the world. Make that adjustment. Is 10 o'clock Texas time.
By the way, Lenny, Texas is a big place. We have more than one time zone here. So 10 o'clock Central Time is when you'll join us tomorrow for the final match in this T20I series between the oldest 2 combatants in the history of professional sports, or international sports, the Canadians against the Americans.
And the fact is, Brian, they'll bowl off the 2024 World Cup series. The only thing I was wondering in 1844 when they played that important fixture in New York, might have been fitting for them to play that match at Nassau Stadium in New York. But it's going to Grand Prairie, and I guess Brian will be on the front seat. You'll be in the front row, Brian?
TBD. Lenny, always a pleasure sharing the mic with you. Join us tomorrow, and in the meantime, stay tuned here for the post-match presentation with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Roddy, I'm here when you're ready, right? What happened?
So, you ready?
Mm.
It's fine. He'll talk last or not talk at all. He coming. Thank you, brother. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation for the 4th T20 International between the USA and Canada, where the USA have taken an unassailable 3-0 lead. We get Sad Bin Zafar, Canadian captain. Now, Sad, commiserations again on the loss. Where do you think you lost this game?
Well, I think a few things we are doing wrong. We spoke about like having good power play, especially when we were bowling. We managed to get few wickets in the power play, but I think we still gave few extra runs. Good start on these wickets are key. If you give up momentum too early, it's always tough to pull it back. I still believe we did manage to pull it back. 160 was still a chaseable total on this wicket. We were going well, but against we're losing wickets in patches. I think we again lost a few wickets up in the middle where we could not accelerate on the right time. It was like a longer building phase. I think it's a bit of both between bowling and batting. On
a positive side, Dilpreet Bajwa, tell us about that innings, describe it for us, but also how you sort of see him fitting into your plans in the future.
Well, definitely, like he played an exceptional knock, especially coming in and batting for the first time in this series. It's tough for a youngster, but he has shown promising things to us, and that's why we went with him. We're still looking into different options, different plans. We don't want to go with just one plan. So it's one of the things that we're trying and seeing if that works, then we may use that, going into the World Cup.
What would you like to see improve tomorrow?
Well, we still want to win the last game. So again, a bit of just stick to the basics, sticking to the line of lengths. Fielding needs to be key. I think we slack a little bit, especially under pressure. Those things we need to work on. So I think it's still a improvement. Hopefully, like tomorrow, we improve on those things and finish the series well.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Let's get Monat Patel now, the United States captain. Monat, congratulations on the series win. Describe the feeling. Any happiness?
Yeah, I mean, really happy with the way we played today. Today's game was, I think, important for us to win. It gives us a chance to use other players tomorrow and get a different combination.
Yeah, how did you assess the surface? You opened the batting, of course, when you guys were out there. And how did you feel about that 160 total?
I felt losing the toss was good for us. We knew that in the second innings it will help the spinners. I think power play was crucial, and the way Aaron Jones and Steven Taylor played, I think they utilized really well. And we knew once after we lost few wickets, I think the way we came back, and especially Harry, the way he finished the game, I think it set up the momentum for us.
So you welcomed Corey Anderson into your team today, Mana. What does someone with his experience internationally bring to your side for not only this series but going forward?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's an experienced player and he has played a lot of cricket, so he brings that experience and a lot of values in the team, and his guidance and his support will definitely help us.
All right, all the best. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
That was Monat Patel, winner of the series. We'll now ask Mr. Ghulam Naushir, who is a member of the cricket committee, to come forward and present the Man of the Match award, Player of the Match. He'll present a check as well as an award. And it's Harmeet Singh for his 4 for 18 today with the ball in hand. And we'll have a few words. All right, thank you very much, Harmeet. Harmeet, it's been a great start for you. Describe international cricket.
I think I waited for this a very long time in my career, and finally, the time has arrived, and I feel it's my time. Trying to express myself to my best, and trying to do what I do usually wherever I play club cricket or major league, minor league, international cricket now. So I think just trying to be myself and let God take the rest, I think.
We saw you bowl with the new ball at the back end of the innings. How does the phase that you bowl in sort of change your planning and the way you operate?
Yeah, I play with the lens a lot, and then here the wind is also a factor, so angles a lot, and then play with my release points to get it fuller back and then into the wicket more. Today was more sort of into the wicket, because wicket was sort of gripping, so wanted to go a little bit quicker into the wicket. So one was skidding and one was spinning through. So that was the plan more or less today. But then in the back end, when they were going for it, then I went fuller on the stumps, and a couple of guys were trying to reverse sweep. So wanted to go fuller so they can't get under the ball. So got one Dilpreet bowled like that, so you got him in 2 minds. Then he had to go down the ground and he got bowled. Yeah, that's what the plan.
Sorry about that. And just in terms of enjoyment in the team, how much have you enjoyed being in this group?
It's been a pleasure playing with these guys. Actually, I love the brand of fearless cricket, and that's what we've been portraying out there. Everybody going out there expressing themselves, and I think that's what makes a good team. And there's no fear of getting dropped or anything. I think kudos to the coaching staff as well, where they're backing us, giving us a lot of opportunities, and I think that's where even Kausi, after two couple of games, you got a break. Corey coming in, guy like Corey, have to wait also in the ranks. So there's a very good competition. It's very healthy for cricket around. So I think it's good days for United States of cricket, United States of America. I think.
Really well done today.
Thank you.
That was Harmeet Singh, today's player of the match, and that concludes the post-match presentation.
So there we have it, folks. Tomorrow is our final game, the 5th T20 International, and that game starts at the same time. Quickly, match summary for you. Stephen Taylor got 39. Harmeet Singh got 34. Player of the match, undoubtedly. Very impressive stuff from him. And in the end, the Canadians have fallen short again of this U.S. team. So that's what's happening here. Join us again tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central Time for the 5th T20 International between USA and Canada. On behalf of the entire production team, SC Tech and Productions, our man there, Roddy Lalman, our director, and all the camera crew want to say goodbye and good evening from Prairie View, Texas, and hope you'll join us again tomorrow at 10 Central Time, in which the USA and Canada will go one final time in this series right here at PVCC. Until then, good evening from Prairie View, Texas.